Stand the brave Parnell and taught them well and truly persecuted. Where are the stares and jeers that you proudly let us hear when our heroes of 16 were executed? Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Killashandra. Show your wife how you won medals up in Derry. You murdered 16 men and you'll do the same again. So get out of here and take your bloody army. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Killashandra. Oh, come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders.
Buckingham Palace announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
Okay. Okay. I know what it's like. I know what it's like. As soon as I announce I'm doing an activism-based stream, oh boy. You know, only the real chatters are here. Let's face it. Let's face it. As soon as I say I'm doing anything that involves, like, you know, maybe getting involved, maybe doing something. No, I'm not feeling vindictive. No, not at all. How's it going, everyone? It's Monday. Welcome to the stream. Welcome back. If you notice a bit of chipperness in my voice, it's because I am. I'm feeling a whole lot better than I have been feeling. I don't know where it came from. I don't know what happened, but it was literally just like Thursday night after the stream. You know, I was feeling like a little bit tired after Thursday's stream. Well, let me tell you something, chat. Sit down, get your cups of teas, get everything ready. I got my tea here. We're doing the warm up. We're doing the warm up hour. You know, we're just chatting. Yeah, don't worry, you don't have to do anything yet. You don't have to do anything yet. Even when I'm doing stuff in a bit, you don't have to do anything. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I went to sleep. So I've been meditating quite a lot, as I've been talking about. And I don't know if I mentioned this. I don't know if I mentioned this on the Thursday stream. VOD watchers who are like watching all my VODs in succession will be able to tell. But on the Thursday stream, on Thursday itself, I was meditating, and I've been gradually doing more and more meditation. Also, if you're wondering what the style of meditation that I do is, it's Kundalini. I'm not sure if it's like the legit way to do it. It just works for me. There is a video of a guided Kundalini meditation that I use on YouTube. Do not use it on your phone because it will blast your fucking shit with ads. Use it on your PC with ad blocker. Because just how, you know, it's an old ass video, and yeah, it's just it just gets blasted with ads. It's really bad. Anyway, so I've been doing it more and more and more, and I've been slowly like getting deeper and deeper and deeper into my subconscious, and you know, sort of communing with whatever's there. Like, you know, I'm a very spiritual guy, so whether you believe it or not, like, it's up to you. But like, you know, whether it's that I'm communing with other parts of myself, or whether I'm communing with other spirits, or whether all those things are actually the same thing, I don't know. But not even communing, just kind of like noticing like a presence, and not just like a presence, but like a oneness, you know. It's a bit hard to describe, but if you've ever done like way too much acid or shrooms, there's like sort of similarities. Anyway, I've got to the point, like I said, where I've been meditating like quite regularly now. And on Thursday, for some reason, I don't know what this is, chat. I don't know what this is. But I kind of like just sat down to meditate, and it's become quite mechanical. You know, like I'm sitting down, I'm in the dark, I'm putting on the YouTube video, I'm closing my eyes, I'm getting comfortable, but a thought just went in my head. As they do, right? This is the thing that thoughts do. But for some reason that day, something in my head said something magical is going to happen. That was the thought. The thought was something magical is going to happen. And the thing that you learn to do in meditation, and it's not easy to get right, but the thing that you learn to do is you learn to accept. Like, you don't reject, right? It's almost like having patience with your thoughts. It's not having a thought and then going, no, that's ridiculous, preposterous, you know, getting your pipe and your top hat out and being like, preposterous, it couldn't possibly be magic, what do you mean? You know, nothing like that. It's about like becoming just sort of like aware of your thoughts and then going, okay, well, I've thought that, fine, you know, and then just moving on, right? So I did. And I did the whole thing, and it was fine, and like nothing magical happened. Nothing magical happened before the stream or during the stream, but I did get that headache. I don't know if I told you, chat, but I was getting a headache during the stream. And when I went to bed that night, sometimes I lie on my back, sometimes I lie on my side, sometimes I lie on my front, depends. Obviously, I can't lie on this side because the piercing's still healing and stuff. But so I just lay on my back, you know, just standard sleeping like that. And I just started to feel this, and I didn't take any painkillers, I didn't do anything, nothing like that. And I just started to feel like the whole time I've been ill, chat, this side of my brain has felt like a feverish kind of heat, right? And it's been like giving off like a feverish kind of heat. So when I would be sat there and I would be tired and I would say, I can't stream tonight, chat, it's because I'm feeling like overwhelmingly tired. Like just tired in general. Like when I was fatigued, I was waking up tired. I was going to sleep tired. It was hell. But I would also have this like fever that wasn't like enough to like take over my whole body, but it was certainly enough to like be present in my head. And it just felt like I had a very like... Prince.
19 months of leftist fun.
Prince, thank you so much for the 19 months. What an absolute lad. Thank you so much for the support. How are you doing, Prince? It's good to see you. I'm just telling everyone about... well, yeah, I was meditating on Thursday, and then nothing happened. Then I streamed, as you all know, and then I went to bed. And then, anyway, this fever, because it was there that night. You know, I was getting this headache while I was streaming, and I was like, you know what, chat, I gotta go to sleep. I'm getting a bit tired. You know, let's cut it short. So I did, and yeah, this fever just. It started to... The only way I can describe it accurately, chat, is it felt like an Alka-Seltzer. It felt like it was dissolving like an Alka-Seltzer. Now, you know, I've talked about this with my comrades at Red Planet. And, you know, whether or not there's anything spiritual behind it or anything like this, you know, we don't know. We can't be sure. I can be sure, right? Because this is just what I believe. I'm just dead certain of it. But even if I'm being tricked... with my own mind, whatever you want to call it, delusional, you know, I've been called much worse things. It actually, like, makes sense if you think about it scientifically, because, like, if you meditate to the point where you get, like, very, very relaxed and, like, your anxiety is sort of, like, lifting away, your, like, depression is lifting away, you know, even, albeit temporarily, it's going to give your body more space, your brain, because your brain is connected to your body. It's going to give your brain more space to say, yo, hang on a second, there's an infection right there. We need to get rid of this, right? And it's so weird that it's like not there anymore. I woke up, like that night, it felt like I had like a space in my head. And I know that sounds drastic, but it felt like there was this like, something's been in there ravaging. It's been ravaging and festering. And it felt like, you know, when you like take a horrible infected scab off a wound and it feels like fresh but still like healing. That's what it felt like on Friday morning, and I felt amazing. And it's so weird, chat. It was like, I felt like... Thanks for the follow. While I'm talking about this in particular, wow, you must really like the stream. So... It's so weird. It just felt like everything was better. I was feeling loads better. And then I was exhausted from being exhausted all the time. And that's where I'm at now. So I'm like still tired, but I have the energy to do stuff, right? So now I'm like normal tired, right? Whatever, you know, non-fatigue tired. And it's like, oh, it's such a relief. It's such a relief. I can't begin to tell you. So that's where I'm at. I honestly, for a long time, chat, I really thought I was going to be like that forever. You know what I mean? Because, you know, you hear stories about like people like that who've been sick, they get post-viral fatigue, and then they like develop ME, right? Which is chronic fatigue, and you get that for the rest of your life. And I don't know, maybe I'm not out of the woods yet. I don't know. I'm not like going ham and going hard on like activities or anything like that. I didn't do anything crazy this weekend. Had a bit of sex and oh my god, that was so Alan Partridge. I don't even know why I said it like that. Had a bit of sex actually, and then cooked my big chili that I normally have, like a big chili, and that's it really. I didn't really do. I did the laundry as well on Saturday. I went out and met a friend yesterday for coffee. I met my dad and my stepmom for coffee on Friday when I was first feeling good. And then I went to the union offices and had a meeting with the union and some funders. Funding representation. And I feel fine. I feel like it's so weird. It's like all of a sudden I'm just like better, and it's really weird because I've been ill for so long. I just don't even remember what feeling better feels like. And obviously because I haven't been working out, I haven't been doing all that like the healthy stuff that I normally do in my life for like 2.5 months, maybe even longer. Actually, it is more like 3 months. Actually, it's more like 3 months because that's when I first got sick. And it's so weird. So I'm still feeling. I'm feeling like little bits and pieces. Like last night, I had a real like bad like dull ache in like this arm, and I was like, damn, what the fuck is that? You know, it was really just like painful, and I'm like going, oh my god, it's because I've not been moving. It's because I haven't been fucking moving as much. Do you know what I mean? I'm not using like these muscles at all. I'm not like doing my wrist exercises. I'm not even doing any exercises, you know? So there's all that. There's all that too. But anyway, there's my health update. Little privilege for those of you that are here early. But there are so many wonderful people here early. MB, ND, welcome to the stream. Confero, what's going on? Nada, how are you? It's good to see you. Prince Infidel and Thomuel Yorks. What is going on, everybody? And we got Catgirl Steph. Hello. Yeah. How you doing? What's going on? Great to see you. Great to see that new name in the chat, Steph. And also, thanks for posting that I was live on Red Planet in my Discord last night, because I completely forgot to do that. So, welcome everybody. How are you doing? How was your weekends? What were you up to? As you can imagine, my weekend was delightful. Although, what is weird is that because I'm definitely like, not I'm definitely like not like completely what's the word? I'm not completely dependent on an absurd amount of sleep at the minute. So I'm only needing like 7 or 8 hours of sleep a night again, and that means that I'm like staying up later. So I'm staying up later and later and later. I talked about this previously, like it was kind of happening while I was still feeling ill as well, because I was getting better and better, you know. And so now I'm like, oh my god, it's like 4 fucking a.m. You know, 4 fucking a.m. And I woke up today at like, I don't know, 11. So I got like 7 hours sleep, and I'm waking up and I'm tired, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna fuck myself over again. But then, you know, I meditated. And I genuinely got like just like this energy. I don't know what it is, chat. I don't know what it is. If it's placebo, if it's psychosomatic, I don't fucking know. It feels like you just tap into like a well of energy, because like all the other things in your life that your brain is like concentrating on just kind of disappears, and it feels like your body's able to regulate energy a bit better. I don't know. It felt like I had like a 4-hour nap after half an hour of meditation. You know, it's crazy. It's fucking crazy. Phil Good Inc. What a name. Recently discovered Red Planet and you were recommended by Twitch. Followed as soon as I tuned in. Sorry to interrupt. Do not apologize for interrupting. It's completely fine. I'm just fucking rambling. I do this at the start of every stream. Welcome in. It's good to see you. Hello. Hello, Enigma. Yes, long time that I've seen. Yeah, ages since I've seen you as well. How are you doing? Good to see you. Thomuel York said, did a big hike because we had 2 dry and sunny days in a row. It was really nice. Yes, I saw that. And you had your big pint as well, didn't you? That looked really good. Banger of a name. I've not really done much today, chat, but I did make my patented vegan cookies. Apart from they're not quite vegan this time, because I added white chocolate chips. And I've not tried these yet. So here's what one looks like. Yeah. There you go. Crusty Goblin stuff. I got a whole bunch. I got a whole fucking bunch of them because I gotta stop. You know what I was saying last night? Not last night. You know what I was saying last week? Well, was it last week or was it the week before? No, it was the week before. With the Cody Shody, where he was talking about food. And I was telling him, we were talking about like all them like terrible foods that are so bad for you, but they just like, they're so addictive. Yeah. And so I'm back into like making my own. Like now that I'm feeling better, I don't want to have. I had the Milky Bar and Rolo yogurts last night, chat, and I felt terrible about it. I shouldn't have had them. You know, that's probably another thing that's keeping me up late at night. And I had like a coffee late at night yesterday as well, so that probably didn't help. But anyway, I digress. You know, I ended up having them again last night. Not great. Yeah, not great. So I've made these. They're much more healthy. You know, they got far less sugar in, and they're fulfilling. And I'm not even tried them yet, so I'm going to try them right now. I'm going to try one right now. I'm not going to eat the whole thing. This is going to be like, welcome to Running on Empty, your food review. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah, chap. Folks. Oh, my God. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Just plain flour, Enigma. I know it's not the best. I know it's bleached and everything, but, like, you know, a bit of nasty. A bit of nasty is okay for you. Just not too much. What did I miss? What did I miss in the chat? Oh, the platter. Swear everyone had that tableware in the 90s. Okay, so quick story time about this platter. So this tableware, it's got like a kind of like floral ribbon design on it. It's quite cute, actually. So the reason I have that, what do you call it? Tableware. You said it in the fucking chat. The reason I have that tableware is because, one, I can't afford to buy my own. Two, my mum and dad divorced when I was literally a baby, yeah? Literally. And so this tableware set was a wedding present that my mum had. And so she didn't want it, so she gave it my gran. And my gran was having a clear out. And she said, why don't you have this? I was like, all right, sweet. So I got him. There you go. Story time. Not a fan of white chocolate, but they look amazing. Listen, if you want the recipe, it's on my TikTok. It's like the third TikTok video. Just go on the socials, hit up the TikTok link there. It's all vegan. It's all vegan apart from the white chocolate. So you could just remove that, and it's completely fine. Got a game by the same studio that did Baldur's Gate 3, but this one is over 5 years and old and cheap. Oh, which one is it? Which one is it? What else do we got? Helps a friend prep paperwork and talking points for getting housing independent of his queerphobic, transphobic family. Yeah, let's go, Prince. Hell yeah. Yo, that rocks. That's great. Really, really proud of you. Great. Was just wondering, wheat tends to make my stomach heavy. I always have a pound of almonds I can ground up. Oh, yeah, I'm sure you could substitute yeah, I'm sure you could substitute it for almond flour. Or like a gluten-free flour. A bit of nasty is okay for you is what I say on dates. Yes. Same. Hey, Plink, how's it going? Long time no see. Bacon is a dangerous hobby, but only because what you make is so delicious you can't stop eating it. Well, you know, that's kind of true and false. Especially for these cookies anyway, because these cookies, what I found is, so I make as much as like you would probably get in a bag of cookies from Sainsbury's or Tesco, right? It's a little bit more, but realistically, I can only eat like 2 of these. You know? I can only eat like 2 of these. I will eat it because it tastes so good. But then also, it's like, I'll get to a point where your body's like, hang on a bit, bro. That's too much. That's too much. You know? You can make healthier cookies, just don't add processed sugar. Yeah, what would you recommend instead? There are websites that can suggest alternatives for recipes, yeah. Haze Vibe Bloomin', how are you doing? I didn't post into the food channel. I did another walk last weekend and picked a load of brambles and made a cake with them. Ah, that looks really cool. Well, it sounds really cool. Honey. Yeah, but that wouldn't make it vegan, so... That's the end of that. That's the end of that, isn't it? And also, like, you're really gonna put like that much honey in it. If okay, that recipe, all the recipes fine, right? But the recipe that I use, yeah, it's gonna be like so much honey that you need in there, and that's gonna completely change the consistency of the batter, and it will mean that you'll have to change the cooking temperature and all that. You'd have to change the whole fucking recipe if you wanted to do that. Brown sugar is great. Brown sugar would be fine, yo. Dates could be a great natural sweetener. Oh, I fucking love dates, you know. You take away the hard part and hydrate with cold water and mash it up and mix it into a recipe. That sounds really smart. That sounds really smart. I'll have to give that a try. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, that's what I've been doing. I got my cookies there. Got my big chili, you know, in the freezer. Not the freezer, sorry, in the fridge. And that's gonna fucking that's gonna last me for ages. And that's like nice, fresh, home cooked food. You know, I'm finally back on top of it. It's so weird, chat. It feels like I'm like back on top of my life. And as I said, ages ago about this. I think I might have said it in the Discord if you're wondering what the fuck is he on about here. The moment that I start to feel better, I'm still going to give it a week before I do anything. So this week is like day number 1. Monday, day number 1 of feeling like better. No fever, no horribleness, no feeling nasty, no fatigue. So, you know, hopefully we will have a full week of this. You know. Just take your time, Mule, and make sure to cheat a little every now and then. Oh, sure. Yeah. I know what I'm doing. I'm 33 years old, you know. I know that some people who are 33 years old ain't got the shit together. I know that, but food-wise, I know what I'm doing. Don't you worry. Don't you fucking worry. What'd I miss? Can't stand bleach sugar in my baking, to be honest. But yeah, I would recommend brown sugar where possible. You see, I need to get to that stage. Because it's so bad for you. It's fucking addictive, right? This is why I've made my own stuff, because, like, you know, having this fatigue. Also, what people who have, like, you know, not been in the stream for like maybe a year, like Enigma, right, need to understand is that, like, for the past 3 months I've had post-viral fatigue, so I've fallen into these like really bad habits. You know what I mean? You know. So just yeah, bear that in mind when I'm talking about my fucking bad diet habits and why I'm coming back to what I used to do, you know? Anyway, chat, we got a really cool stream for you today. So one of the things that I'm very, very like acutely aware of a lot of the time when I'm talking about activism and like telling people to get out there and like you know, try and make the world a better place, is that disabled people who can't leave the house, so not necessarily disabled people, but disabled people who are housebound, you know, always say, well, what can I do? And this is a fantastic example of that, right? We are going to be today writing a letter to Sarah Jane Baker, who, if you didn't catch Red Planet last night, she is a trans woman. She's a political prisoner right now. She's being held in a men's prison for a crime that doesn't exist. She basically had a placard or said something that said punch TERFs in the face, right? But she, of course, apologized, and she said, yeah, this was a bad idea. Like, you know, I was getting a little bit, you know, riled up. And, yeah, that's that, basically. And, of course, because the Home Office are vile pieces of shit, fascist scum, they basically were like, well, we're just going to put you in prison. You know, we're just going to put you in prison. Oh, don't worry. Listen, NBND, do the SJB command in the chat for that. Do the SJB command in the chat for that. Like, you know, there's the explanation right there. There's the link to go and support her. So she's been on hunger strike. She recently stopped being on hunger strike because they were going to force feed her. And this is something I didn't quite Google last night. But I just want to check something. Medical and ethical aspects of hunger strikes in custody and the issue of torture. So this is from 1998. So I just want to read a little bit of this. Let's just read a quick little bit of this. Yeah, they do torture all the time and stuff like that, you know. Quick question, what is a TERF? A TERF is someone who cooperates feminist politics in order to hate trans people. They basically don't believe that trans women are women. They don't believe that trans men are men, or that non-binary people even exist. And they basically, you know, they treat trans women going into, you know, a space that is for them. You know, like a woman's space, like a changing room, toilet, whatever. They treat that as like some kind of like, you know, awful opportunity for trans women to sexually assault cis women. And of course, we all know that like it's completely absurd. It doesn't happen. And you know, the real problem is cisgender men. So anyway. So that's what a TERF is. They're basically just fascists. There's not even really much point in calling them TERFs because they are simply fascists. They ally themselves with fascists. There is nothing feminist about their politics. They generally kind of like boil women down to just being baby making, reproductive labor doing, you know, property essentially, which is completely absurd because, you know, they call themselves feminists. But anyway. So anyway, that's that. But I just wanted to take a look at this real quick on stream because this is something about maltreatment and torture because they were gonna force feed Sarah, so she quit her hunger strike because of course, like, you know, she's a woman, right? She's a woman, like her body is that of a woman. She's in a men's prison. They won't let her shower on her own. They won't give her women's clothes or anything like this. They won't do anything like that. So she can't shower. She can't, you know, socialize with anyone through fear of being assaulted. You know, all this kind of stuff. Completely fucked. So that's why she was on hunger strike. So I just want to, like, you know, talk about this here because this seems to be the International Committee of the Red Cross, and this is an archived page. You know, it's from 1998, and it's to do with the Geneva Convention. There's something the International Committee of Geneva, right? Is it even legal to force feed someone if it's a protest? Force feeding would be evading their human rights. Right. This is it. And I'm just looking and seeing if it's like illegal under the Geneva Convention. That's basically what I was looking at. But it says here, share the obvious common denominator being concerned with the patient's welfare. It's essential for doctors working with prisoners to establish a relationship of trust with any hunger striking patients so as to be able to act in their best interest. If a prisoner has clearly stated that he refuses to be force-fed, in this case she, then the doctor must use his or she, her, clinical and moral judgment to do the best for the patient without resorting to any form of coercion, right? So it just shouldn't be happening, right? It just shouldn't be happening. It's like anarcho-capitalist. You could call yourself that. It doesn't make it true. It's true. Hey, Auric G, how you doing? Do you know when the Red Planet episode VOD will be live on YouTube? In short, no. It's like that. It goes up on Patreon first, and I imagine. Let me take a look at the Patreon. It kind of goes up in the week. So the last one got uploaded to the Patreon on the Tuesday. So I imagine if you want to get it on the Patreon, it will be the Tuesday. It'll be tomorrow. But if you want to, it'll probably go out on YouTube later in the week, maybe the 16th. That's when it goes up on podcast services as well. So yeah. Make sure you check out Red Planet. Make sure you support us on Patreon. Very, very important. One of the best things I do. if not the best thing I do. Yeah, you briefly spoke to SJB at London Trans Pride. Really glad you're talking about it. Oh, yeah. It's really important. Like, you know, like we were talking last night. Like, this should be, like, the main thing on every leftist in the UK, leftist in the UK's mind right now. Because this is an example. It's not like she committed a crime and was arrested. That's not what happened. She said a thing, right? And then everybody on Twitter got mad about it. All the TERFs... yeah, on Twitter got mad about it. And then the Home Office were like, oh, well, we'll just arrest her and put her in jail then. Like, this is like a massive overreach of the state. The state already does stuff like this. Police already do stuff like this. We know this. But this is like the first time when the state has reacted to a reactionary fascist mob. Because that's what TERFs are. And that should be extremely important for anyone who thinks of himself as an anti-fascist. Any organization that thinks of themselves as anti-fascist. I've been ranting and raving about this to anyone who will listen. It feels like screaming into the void sometimes. Yeah. I mean, you know, I will say what I always say to anyone doing any kind of leftist organizing or even talking about leftist issues or, like, you know, concerning yourself with leftist stuff. You must find out where you're being received the most, and do not waste any time on the places where you're not being received at all or not entirely, because we only have so much energy. It can make you depressed, it can make you upset, it can make you angry, it can make you anxious. All these are negative and not necessary. You know, we need to hold on to that righteous anger, right? Which is a controlled, useful form of anger, you know? And leave behind all the other stuff. Look after yourself first, you know? Because stuff like this is just going to keep happening. Now, this was a test. It was a test. I said this on Red Planet last night. It was a test to see if they could get away with this stuff. And now they know they can. Because no one's doing anything about it, which is why we all need to do as much as we can about it. So the stream, again, as I was saying, I got kind of derailed there, but that's the situation with Sarah Jane Baker. And you know, this is a great opportunity for anyone who doesn't have the means to go outside, to, like, leave their house. Then you can actually do this, and it's just dead simple: sending a letter of solidarity to Sarah Jane Baker, because we have been blessed with channels through which to do that. There is an email address on that website if you do the SJB command in the chat. So if you want to go ahead and do it yourself without me as a guide, I guess, like, because I know some people are struggling to sort of think, like, well, what kind of thing would I say? But go ahead and do so, you know. Go ahead and start without me if you feel like you can. If you feel like you want to, like, just get the Google Docs up and just write something. It doesn't even have to be Google Docs. You could just go straight into your email, put the email address in there. The email address is, I think it's free Sarah Jane Baker at proton.me. Oh, sorry. Yes, no, it is free Sarah Jane Baker at proton.me. So I'll put that in the chat for everyone, because just for the ease of everybody in the chat. Hey, Carpe Pax, how you doing? Good to see you. Do not click on the... Well, can you click on it? You can click on that link if you like it. It's not dangerous, I don't think. Okay. Hey, Carpe Pax. Yeah, good to see you. Yeah, everybody go follow Carpe, fellow comrade, fellow leftist political streamer. But yeah, this is a real important... the link at the end. The link at the end of the email I was talking about. Obviously, copy and paste the email in the chat, or just use it. Just copy the text and type it yourself. So yeah, what was I gonna say? What was I gonna fucking say? Yeah, I just think this is like a really easy thing to do. It's a really easy bit of activism to do. You know, we spoke to Prisoner Solidarity Network on Red Planet, who are a prison abolition organization in the UK based in London. We spoke to them on Red Planet in 2022, maybe 2021. I can't quite remember. No, I think it was 2022. I think it was last year. They have a YouTube channel, and we're going to be watching a bunch of their YouTube documentaries, a bunch of their YouTube videos. They have a bunch of documentaries about prisons up on their YouTube, but they also have some of their own videos about Belmarsh, about Woodhill, about Wormwood Scrubs, about HMP Bristol, which is being called in the thumbnail a weapon of political repression. So, yeah, we're going to be checking out a lot of stuff about prison abolition today, chat. So that's what we're up to. Any questions? It's the crime of existing while being politically inconvenient. Right. And I also am acutely aware, chat, that while I may be feeling better and more chipper, it does also mean that my ADHD is in overdrive at the minute, and I'm probably making a lot less sense than I have been over the last couple of months, because I'm starting to notice that myself. It's like my brain is going, oh, you're feeling better, are you? Well, it's time to go fucking... It's time to go hyper mode. It's time to go hyper mode and not have any coherent sentences. Yeah. I was just watching an Angela Davis interview about the different times she faced prison and death row. Yeah. Look, like this is the thing, chat, right? It's like we can make a change. Like, you may think like, oh, prison, this is it. It's game over, right? Like, you know, it's game over now. Like, you know, that's it. You're just in prison. You're fucked for the rest of your life. No, it doesn't have to be like that. Doesn't have to be like that. We could make a difference here. We could get her out of prison. If we shine enough of a light on it, it will happen. You know? This is just how things work. You know, it might feel like an awful doomer situation, but again, you know, we can't allow ourselves to fall into the doom pill pit, because things are just going to keep getting worse if we don't do anything about it. And they're going to get worse even if we do things about it. So we have to come together and do our best to, you know, make this transition into a better world for everybody, less brutal, right? Because the more and more that the pressures grow against neoliberal capitalism, the more and more that it will push back against the proletariat, the working class, right? You know, this is the unfortunate reality. Yeah, it's rainbow pills and black pills. This is what I mean. This is why I was saying before about what Orit J was saying in the chat. Like, you can't waste energy. Don't waste energy. Like, conserve your energy, you know? Sit back, breathe. It's going to be okay. It's going to pass. This is awful. It's an awful thing that's happened. There are plenty of awful things that are going on all around the world now, even in imperial core countries. You have to breathe, and you have to have faith and love and solidarity in your comrades. Like, that's what it is, right? That's actually what it is. That's what hopium is, you know? So anyway, we might as well get into it, because we're coming up to an hour of being live here. So I'm going to be using a Google Doc. I'm just going to be checking this out real quick. Hey, Romild, how you doing? In fact, just before I start, I'm wearing the most uncomfortable pants of all time, so I'm going to go ahead and change those. Chat, if you're wearing uncomfortable pants, go ahead and change those if you like as well. And make sure you take your meds. Stretch if you've been watching Twitch all day, whatever. I don't know. I'll be back in a tick. The fundraiser for a defense has 11 days left. It's only £1,600 for being funded. That is easily doable. Chat, remind me to like message all the YouTubers with clout that I know personally after the stream and ask them to share that. because yeah, I'm not gonna do it while I'm on stream, but yeah, that's easily doable with like the connections that we have. Easily doable, if not more. Do you know what I mean? It's 16 people. Like if we just get the eyes on it of like 16 people who have like, you know, a fairly decent job and a fairly decent like standard of life, and they're feeling pretty fruity, you know, then boom, it's done. That's easy done. Even then, even less, like, you know what I mean? Like what? I can't do the maths, chat. What would it be like? I don't fucking know. Like 20. If everybody donated £20, what would it be? Fuck it. I'm getting the calculator out. Fuck it. 80 people donating £20. No, not 800. That would be £2. 800 people donating £2. You know, so there you go. And 160 people donating £10. So this is easily doable. Anyway, like I say, chat, I'm gonna get cracking with this because you know, this is gonna be the most boring part of the stream. But you know, you don't have to go into as much detail as I'm gonna go into with what you're doing. But also, chat, like, please put on the hazmats because we're going into the politics zone, and you know, I'm willing to bet, chat, I'm very much willing to bet that the Twitch politics category is not good with prison abolition. I'm willing to bet it. You know what also happened, chat? I sent out a go live notification today. That was the same one that I sent out on Thursday. That's annoying. Why is that not working? Why is that command not working? Did I not spell it right? What is it? Is it Streamlabs that does that? Or is it fucking... Hang on, chat. Hang on. Is it Stream Elements? Let me just log into Stream Elements real quick. Are we bracing for an influx of chuddery? Not even chuddery, just like people who don't understand why prison abolition is good. There are leftists who don't understand why prison abolition is good. You know? There are like legit communists, like legit friends of mine who disagree with prison abolition. You know, authoritarian ideas. So yeah, you know, just be ready for bad takes. It's not even Liberty. And to be honest, I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real with every single one of you, chat. Like, you gotta get those labels out of your head, because you would be surprised just how much, you know, the label doesn't matter. You know, there are anarchists who don't believe in prison abolition. You know, like this is what you learn once you go through the like I'm gonna be political on the internet journey, and you you see the you know, the wide variety of awful takes that people have. You know, like anarchists who, you know, they use the word anarchist, and they're very ready to put people in jail. They're so ready to put people in jail. They're like, yep. And not even fascists. Like they want to put, like, you know, some leftists in jail, right? Right, hold up. Let me just put the face cam a little bit over here so I got a bit more space. Are you covering any Miriam Kaba? No, don't know who that is. We do this till we free us. I think I've heard of it. Yeah, I think I've heard of that. Hey, Mr. Dank, how you doing? No state accepts state violence. Well, some of those, look, it's so varied, the amount of takes that I've seen. But I've seen some communists say that we need to keep a state. We need the state violence of the state in order to defend against capitalism. And some of this is true to an extent, but not quite. You know, there's just so much. It blows my mind that some leftists threaten to snitch on others for cannabis. Oh yeah. That's a huge thing. That's a huge thing. It's fucking just insane. Just people are just insane. They just think that they're so smart and they're just completely fucked. They're just completely fucking stupid. They just haven't thought it through, you know what I mean? And they will one day. They will one day. You know, these people are going through what Lenin called leftist infantile disorder. And it's just when you are a baby leftist and you learn some things, why some things are bad, but you still have like the neoliberal brainwashing, you know, state brainwashing, and so you can't quite shake that. Anyway, that's all it is. It's nothing to worry about. It's not even something to, you know, remotely lose sleep over, so don't worry about it. But it is just a thing that you'll come across. Anyway, I'm trying to figure out this shit. How do I like log in? Can I not log in to Stream Elements? What's going on? Oh, I am logged in. Why is this command not working? All of a sudden, that's just stopped working. That's so odd. I'll have to change it manually. Okay. Whoa, why is there I just found out there's a category on Twitch called Politics and War. That's really weird. Anyway, let's crack on. I'm gonna crack on with this. Whoa, what's that?
I know you will use this wisely. It's good to see you again.
Enigma, thank you so much. You know how wisely I'm gonna use that? I'm gonna use that to pay like 8% of my energy bill. Thank you so much for the £10. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Chat, don't forget my full-time job is streaming. Please, please, please consider subbing off Twitch, showing me some love. I need to pay my bills, need to pay my rent. I would only ask you to donate £5 because that's the same amount that it would ask you to sub on Twitch, but don't sub on Twitch because Twitch is a terrible platform, makes a lot of terrible decisions, doesn't support marginalized streamers or small streamers, even if you're not marginalized. So there you go. Thanks so much, Enigma. Really appreciate that. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you. You can also, of course, join my Patreon, which will also support me in a delightful way. Anyway, right, I'm gonna crack on with this letter. So yeah, you don't have to write as much as me, chat, but I do really want to like give her like a good amount of stuff to read, just to make sure she like knows I guess like how I know about her and stuff like that, and the effect that her activism has had on me, because I actually like first heard of Sarah when one of my friends from the photography circuit you know, got onto me and basically told me like, oh, you should check out this woman. She's called Sarah Jane Baker. She was at the HS2 camp in near Manchester or near Leeds or something, where they're trying to build it. And she's really, really cool. She like plays all these instruments and stuff like that. And I immediately followed her on Instagram. And yeah, you know, like my friend was right. She was just there doing all this like excellent stuff, saying all these like awesome things, just being like radically trans as well. Like a lot of just like, you know, awesome photos of her just like being naked and frolicking and shit like that. And like every now and then she'd get banned from Instagram, you know what I mean, for that shit. But like she's just being unapologetically trans and like happy with her body and playing music and all this stuff. Just like a really, really awesome person to see. Romild says, I'm really uneducated about prison abolition. Is there something else proposed to replace the prison system? No. That's why it's prison abolition, isn't it? Because prison is bad. Listen, we're going to be going into all of that. It's going to be a prison abolition stream, Romild, so don't worry. We're going to talk about all that later. So I'm going to start with, Dear Sarah, I first heard of you from a friend who had met you at one of the HS2 camps back in what I think was pre-lockdown times. She sung your praises of being a beacon of knowledge and hope and joy, and I immediately had to follow your stuff. Since then, seeing your radical trans joy and activism, and, you know, I should say, what's a good descriptor? Because her activism is very, like, based in, like, joy and beauty. Beautiful is a good word, actually, to what I want to talk about. What is happening here? Yeah, that's what I want. Thanks, Google. I don't know why the... Oh, for God's sake. I've fucked up somewhere here. Okay, no, it's fine. Seeing your radical trans joy. Doesn't need to be a comma there. And beautiful activism was extremely inspiring to me. You are an incredible woman, and I hope you know the effect you had, not just on me, but I'm sure anyone who has seen your Instagram videos or other content, or even seen you speak at a rally or demo. Raka is extremely inspiring to me. You're an incredible woman who know the effects of not just on me, but I'm sure anyone who's seen your Instagram videos or other content, or even see you speak at a rally or demo. What has happened to you is, I'm sure you know, an extreme overreach of state power and fascism. Your right to free speech in the face of constant threats of violence from not just the system, but vile transphobes in the street, is absolutely paramount, as it is to us all who oppose all forms of oppression. Zvi Blooming in the chat says, one aspect of prison abolition is simply crime prevention. By removing the desperation that forces people into those situations rather than using threats. That's my understanding of it anyway. I'm no means an expert. Yes, Zvi Blooming, you're correct. The majority of crimes that happen simply happen because people have no money, right? Why do people steal? Money. Why do people do fraud? Money. Why do people rob? Money. It's the same thing, but burglary and like stealing, like petty theft, shoplifting, like all these things that are like crimes. People do those because of their material conditions, right? Now, when you go into more awful crimes, like more sort of heinous crimes, transgressions and abuse towards people, right? Then that is a little more complex, because that breaches into the societal structures that are also, by the way, intertwined with capitalism. So, why do men sexually assault women? Not to say that women aren't incapable of sexual assault, but like mostly cis men, overwhelmingly cis-het men. Why do they sexually assault women? Well, that's because of the idea of power that is established by misogyny in society, right? The patriarchy, yeah? Patriarchy needs to exist under capitalism, i.e. the woman stays at home, does all the work, cleans the pots, looks after the kids, cooks all the food, cleans the house, so that capitalism can extract more and more labor and time from the man, right? It's completely intertwined, yeah? So, and I'm simplifying this, by the way. I'm simplifying this just for a, quick explanation. Racism exists in order to uphold the ruling class system. It's literally like the thing that makes us see racialized people as separate to white people and like less deserving of rights, serves the imperial core. We export all of our labor to the imperial periphery, which are predominantly black, brown, Asian countries, like literally like Asia, Africa, the Middle East, all exported labor. And so we cannot see people in those countries, or even having been from those places in the world, as human. And that's how racism, and again, like, slavery is like a huge example of that, right? Because you got like the plantation owner, he gets all of his crops for free, so he makes a 100% profit, right? The profit margin is like entire. There is no loss. He doesn't spend any money in like getting his crop. Like maybe he like spends money on hiring the slave drivers, right? The people who are like whipping slaves in the field and all that nasty shit, right? That is why we were basically told not to see black people, African black people, as people. Yeah. So it's all connected. Like so crimes against racially motivated crimes, queer-phobic crimes. Again, it relates to like the patriarchy and also colonialism. Murder in general is like the biggest thing that I think people are generally like afraid of. It's like, oh, well, what if a serial killer happens? And it's like, all right, I don't know about you, but I've watched a lot of like serial killer documentaries. All those guys are people who've been failed by the mental health care system. Pretty much. And like, if we're talking about other kinds of murders, they mostly fall into the misogynist kind of murder, where like a man murders a woman in a quote-unquote crime of passion, yeah, which is a vile way to call the enabled murder of feminized people by masculinized people, because of the things that exist in society, right? So like all these things, they all tie into capitalism. Yeah, it's so twisted. Right at the root of all of it is money, So he's got a good video on serial killers, monster men, the Bureau. Yeah. It's again, this is like a very, very simple breakdown of it. But these are the whatchamacallit, these are the basics, the actual basics. As usual, Andrewism has a great video about this. Probably this one. I've not checked. We need to rethink justice. Yeah, watch that on streams, Vi Blumen. Already watched that on stream. Got a VOD where I reacted to it. So yeah, check out Andrew's video. Check out my VOD if you want my thoughts. Because he didn't quite cover everything that I think I wanted him to cover in that. So, Hey, Rat Freak. People are not suggesting we remove the mental health support that is currently an adjunct of the penal system. In fact, quite the opposite. We suggest it should be greatly improved for both patients and victims if it wasn't part of the prison system. Great. A great way to put it. And welcome to the chat. Anyway, where am I up to with this letter? Okay, what happened to you is, I'm sure you know, an extreme overreach of state power and fascism, your right to free speech in the face of constant threats of violence from not just the system, but vile transphobes in the street is absolutely paramount, as it is to us all who oppose all forms of oppression. I stand in absolute solidarity with you. It is our duty as leftists, queer people, anti-capitalists of all stripes to oppose not only what has happened to you, but the prison system as a whole. None of us are free until all of us are free. Do you know what that means, chat? Do you know, like, that might sound like just like a cheeky little soundbite, but is there anyone in chat who like wants to just sort of like hazard a guess as to what that actually means? Like, if you know, you know. If you don't, like, give it a go. See if you can figure it out. happened to you in this instance, but the prison system as a whole. None of us are free until all of us are free. I'm hoping you are finding at least some comfort in knowing how many people support you on the outside. I myself am a oh fucking hell, political Twitch streamer and co-host of radical panel show Red Planet, and we spoke to your comrade Anita last night to discuss your struggle. I should date that so that she knows. Hey, one who reads, when we countenance restricting anyone's freedom, we undermine the case for our own freedom. Yes. That we're all under threat of being put in prison, maybe. Yes, same stuff. Exactly the same. Same point, different words, yeah. Like, while prisons exist, there is always a chance that the prison system doesn't quite work right and therefore has a bias. You know, the bias is that of the, you know, not just the legal system, but also like the screws, yeah? Like, you know, the people in the fucking, what do you call it? The people in, the guards, prison guards, yeah? And, you know, if you know about our Red Planet episode where we spoke to John and I think his name was Matt from Prisoner Solidarity Network, they actively recruit screws from far-right nationalist organizations in the UK. They do this on purpose, and I am certain that they do it in other countries as well in the Imperial Corps, right? They actively hire fash because they're more willing to beat the shit out of prisoners and do vile things to them. Do you know what I mean? And they will say, like, till they're blue in the face, no, this stuff doesn't happen. No. Prison's like a holiday camp, actually. They've all got PS2s and all that. Yeah? But it's like, no, it's not like that at all. The prison system has been on lockdown since lockdown. Yeah? They've literally made it so that they only have 1 hour a day out of the cell, chat. 1 hour a day. And in Sarah's case, she can't even bathe because she's a woman. And she's in a prison full of men. You know? Let's talk about that, chat. Like, even if they had flat screen TVs, even if they had PS2s. Well, actually, that's showing my fucking age, that, because I remember that fucking argument from back in the day. You know, PS5s, I guess they'd be saying they've all got PlayStation 5s. You know, it's completely absurd. No basis, no moral, no actual fact, not based in any fact whatsoever. You know, anyway, let's unpack that. You know, even if that was the case, they're still in prison. They still can't, like, go for a walk in the country. They still can't, like, go for fucking, you know, coffee with their friends or whatever. It's where they were banging on about flat screen TVs for a decade after you stopped being able to buy CRTs. Yeah, definitely. They were. They really were. They really were. Last night, what would that be? 19th of August? No, I don't think that's true. I think it was the 20th, wasn't it? Yeah, 20th. To discuss your struggle and hopefully inspire our audience to send you some letters of support and also hopefully inspire our audience to send you some letters of support and also donate to your legal defense fund. I am actually writing this live on my Twitch stream right now, hoping to inspire some of my personal audience to do the same. So I hope this isn't the only letter you get, because for sure there are, I don't know, chat, it's got to be thousands, if not more. Of people on the outside who support your struggle. Right, how can I round this off? Chat, what do you think someone in prison would want to hear other than this stuff? I think this is a pretty good job so far, you know? One who reads, while there is a lower class, I am in it. While there is a criminal element, I am of it. And while there is a soul in prison, I am not free. Eugene V. Debs, US socialist. Oh, yeah. We know, yeah. We saw that. We had that quoted to us by Sophie in Red Planet last night. Yeah. That's right. It's bucket of crab stuff, but the crabs in the middle of the bucket are pushing the crabs at the bottom down. Yeah, which also shows that we're not crabs, right? You know? Everyone deserves access to a PS2, though. It's true. It is true. Well, I think that's fine. I think I can, like, conclude that out. I'm manifesting your immediate release. There is absolutely nothing they could charge you with that I can even remotely think would be logical in any court of law in the country, despite me disagreeing with the existence of that entirely. Yet more evidence of the value of Red Planet. Well, you know, I would really like it if everybody who watched Red Planet would also join me in writing a letter to Sarah, you know? It's really easy. The information to send your letter to is literally there. It doesn't matter where you are in the country. Sorry, where you are in the world. You can all send a letter of support to Sarah via that link. Please donate to the legal fund. It's extremely important. There are only 11 days left on it. Should be getting one from me for sure. Please do that. Please do that. It's absolutely vile what's happened to her. Hello, Echo Baz. How you doing? Good to see you. All right. Manifesting your immediate release. There is absolutely nothing they could charge with that could be really physically and logical in the country, despite me disagreeing with that entirely. But of course, they will do their best because they hate to see a trans woman who clearly loves herself thrive and support the community. Manifesting your immediate release. There's absolutely going to try. Sending you so much love and solidarity, djmuel. I think that's it, really. I think that's it. I don't think there's anything else that I could like say to her, you know, because it's such a horrible situation. I'm going to eat something and start making a portrait to send her. Oh, that would be delightful, Romild. Oh my god, she'd love that. She would love that. Yeah. Just anything, do you know what I mean? Like, even if it's like a couple of lines. Just saying, hey, just sending you a message of support, letting you know that we support you, you know? What was the supposed crime that Sarah Jane Baker committed? She said punch TERFs in the face. But, you know, that's like free speech, right? And we all know the kind of things that TERFs have said about trans people, right? And you don't see any TERFs in prison. So there you go. Anyway, there it is. There's my letter, chat. Now, I'm going to copy and paste this and put it in an email. And I'm not showing you that because that will, of course, show you my email. And there might be information in there which could be used to my, you know, benefit. Such a weird crime. How does that equal 30 years? No, she was in prison previously for 30 years. TERF wasn't even a word 30 years ago. No, she was in prison for a different crime 30 years ago, which is irrelevant to this situation. So, right, okay, right. Copy. And let's bring up my emails. Okay, and so that is Sarah Jane Baker. No, it's okay. Yeah, no, it's all right. Don't worry. It's okay. So there's the text. All right. Two. Oh, damn. Where is this? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Free Sarah Jane Baker at proton.me. There we go. Sent. Brilliant. And that's how easy it is, chat. Well, how long did that take? 20 minutes? And, you know, I'm doing a Twitch stream as well, so I've been reading the chat and shit like that. It'll take you 10 minutes to write something that's got, like, quite a bit of, you know, meat on it, I guess you could call it. Like, a bit of meat on the bones. If you just want to, like, send someone... If you just want to send her, like, you know... a couple of lines saying, like, yeah, support you and showing you, like, you know, a lot of love. I hope you know that people outside, like, are standing with you in solidarity and shit like that. Yeah, that'll take 2 minutes at most or something like that. Send it off. That's all it takes. Do you know what I mean? If we absolutely flood her with messages of support, and not only that, but if you are in London tomorrow at 10 a.m., there is going to be a demonstration outside. Oh, I think. Let me check. I think the email is on the. I think the action is on the website. Let me just have a quick look. Get involved. Ways to get involved. Case management. Oh. Her trial will be taking place on the 31st of August at City of London Magistrates Court. So gather outside and attend the trial. If you're in London. If you're around London at that point. Right, chat. Who's sent an email? Give us a 1 in the chat if you've sent an email. Give us a 2 if you're going to send an email. And give us a 3 if you're not, and tell me why. Two. Thanks, Sleepy Time Queer. Thanks, Origi. 2 writing at the moment. Hell yeah. 2. Okay, cool. Two. Okay. I'm really happy with all these 2s. 3, I'm exhausted. All right, Zadaz. No problem. Completely understand. 3, but I'm going to the protest trial. 3, I'm just too shy. I don't know what to say. Okay, so let's do a little bit of a, you know, let's unpack that, right? How do you feel about what's happened? Doing it now because I'm no good at keeping myself to stuff like that. Yeah, get it done. Get it done, get it done, get it done. So, Rat Freak, I wonder why, are you not sending a letter because you're going to the trial? The protest and the trial? Is that have you just gone, well, I'm going to do that, so I'm not going to do that? It's horrible, yeah? You know, what you have to remember is she is just a person. And what I always do in these situations is I put myself in that person's shoes, right? They've been locked up for basically no reason. The entire, you know, full force of the state has descended upon her, and put her away for a crime that is not even a crime, right? They're not even pretending that it's a crime that's in the current, like, quote unquote book of law of the UK, right? So you could even just say something as simple as just get the email up and just be like, it is so horrible what has happened to you. I hope you get out. And that would be enough. That would genuinely, honestly be enough. It doesn't have to be as wordy as what I did. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't have to be as wordy as what I did. You know what I mean? Like, you have no idea if she sees, like, a bunch of people sending her loads of, like, just little emails. It will give her an amount of an idea. Do you know what I mean? Of, like, how many people actually support her and how many people think it's, like, fucking horrible. I'm autistic. It's not easy for me when it comes to things I haven't experienced on my own body, but I get what you're saying. There's lots of people in my community who are autistic. And that's definitely going to be something that you could speak to and I can't. You know? All right, fair enough. But, like, you know, I'm pretty sure that, like, there are some people whose autism is not stopping them from, you know what I mean, sending an email, right? I understand if you, like, can't quite empathize with the situation, like, you can't quite put yourself in her shoes, like, yeah, I get that, that's no problem, but, like, you can still send an email, right? Because you know it's horrible, you know it's bad, innit? Do you know what I mean? It's just as simple as that. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm proud of all of you who are going to send an email. For those of you that have not... Nothing. I have nothing. No, I'm not going to say anything. If I was in her shoes, I'd rather receive 2 sentences of support rather than nothing at all. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. That was my train of thought, but honestly, I will have space tomorrow to send kind words. So as long as I don't have, as I don't have ODD, I reckon you might have convinced me to send some niceness. Yeah, honestly, like you don't, like, you know. Yeah, no, I was just curious. I was genuinely just curious. I was thinking, like, are you just gonna go to the protest and the trial to, like, you know, show your support in that way instead, and that's why you're not gonna do that. Yeah. But, you know, my train of thinking is literally like, yeah, why not both? You could just send out, like, a couple of words of support. Like, even if you were just saying, like, oh, yeah, sending you so much support, sending you so much, you know, love and thinking of you, I'll be at the trial. You know what I mean? Yeah, there you go. Real easy. Well, Anita herself on the website is gonna create soon, like, a template email that you can copy and paste, right? Right, Origi, yeah. Activism is broad. It's a really accessible step for some of us and maybe not as much for others. Yeah, very true. Yeah. Autistic people are all different, innit? Autistic people are all different, for sure. Again, that's why I'm saying you can speak to that more than me, because I'm not autistic as far as I know. What was I gonna say? Where's the email again? It's right. Hold up. I had it in the chat. There it is. There you go. Just copy and paste that. Okay, sent. Great work, Romild. I'm proud of you. That's awesome. Thank you, Plink. Yeah, there it is. In the chat. You know, it's just really, really a really easy thing that you could do, and it will, like, brighten her day. Do you know what I mean? It will brighten her day. You don't even have to be like, Mule made me do this. Like, it's not about, like, promoting me or Red Planet or whatever, you know? So I've just come in, so I wasn't sure what was going on, but it's a 1. I'm drafting it now. Hell yeah, Plink, let's go. Let's go. No, yeah, like, I guess it's a 2. Like, you're writing a letter. Proud of you all. Proud of you all. You have no idea how much of a difference this is going to make. But you may gain some understanding of how much of a difference that this is going to make by joining me now as we explore prison abolition. And as I mentioned before, on Red Planet, we had... oh. I've spelled that so bad. Understanding. Sorry, you can't even see that. I could have just gotten away with that. What was I going to say? We spoke to John and Matt from Prison Abolition, Prisoner Solidarity Network. And that was on Red Planet. That was around last year. And well, I certainly learned a lot. I certainly learned a lot about just how bad prison is. You know, I was kind of one of those. I was kind of in Romild's shoes, where I didn't really understand it. I was like, well, is there something else? Like, do we have like the prison system that they have in, you know, in Finland, where it's like actually quite good, and it kind of is like a summer camp. It's like you're not really technically in prison, but a big cage is still a cage, right? A big cage is still a cage. Okay, sent a. Let's fucking go. Well done, Enigma. Yeah, proud of you. We're all proud of you. Yeah, that must have been hard. That must have been hard. I'm really appreciate you doing that. Really appreciate you doing that. See, look at this, chat. Look at this difference that we're making. This is the power that we have, yeah? Changed my 2 to a 1. Wrote and sent while we were talking. Let's fucking go, Prince. Look at that. As we are talking right now. We're making a difference. This is our union, chat. We are all comrades, yeah? I think that a lot of the time people forget this. People think like, you know, oh, you know, I'm in a Twitch political stream. Like, yeah, I'm just learning about politics. It's like, we can be comrades and we can come together and use our resources to support others. Do you know what I mean? It's possible for us to make a change here in this Twitch chat. This is real posting, chat. This is real posting syndrome, where actually it's not posting syndrome because we are making a difference by posting. But it's also not posting. It's sending an email, which is similar to posting. It's the original posting, wasn't it? Sending an email. So anyway, as I was saying, Prisoner Solidarity Network, they have a bunch of videos on prison abolition and all that kind of stuff. So we're going to watch a bunch of them. Like, we could probably watch all of these today. How do I just, like, get all? How do I just get, like, all? Oh, here we go, yeah. Yeah, we could probably watch all of these today, chat. Like, some of them are very short. Some of them are, like, full documentaries that we're pretty much going to skip because they don't need to be... We don't necessarily need to watch them, but there are some little mini documentaries that are, like, 19 minutes or, like, 20 minutes that... we could definitely check out. So, let's kick this off with HMP Brixton.
Here we are at the entrance.
Oh, here's John, Big John. We had John on Red Planet. Here is a link to the video in the chat. Please go and support Prisoner Solidarity Network. if not through solidarity, then through the knowledge that, you know, what one who reads was talking about earlier is completely true. None of us are free until all of us are free. So let's check this out. Brixton Prison.
It's the Brixton Prison, the main entrance. This is the main gate. This is where prisoners enter and leave under escort when they're remanded in custody.
So John had served a 30-year sentence. Don't bother asking me what he served it for, because it's something that he doesn't like to talk about. And it's also not necessary to understand prison abolition. You know, kill that cop in your head that is telling you, what did this man do? Clearly he deserved to go into prison. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. But John had served a 30-year sentence, like a half of a life sentence or something. I think it was like 40, maybe 30 to 40 years or something. And some of the things that he spoke about that happened to him in prison are just absolutely vile. Absolutely vile, you know? And 90% of the time, it's not at the hands of other inmates. It's at the hands of the screws, you know, the prison guards, who were, again, recruited from known fascist organisations.
Here, or at the present moment in time, serve a sentence here. So this is the main gate. Welcome to HMP Brixton. Brixton Prison was part of the penitentiary system that was created in the 19th century. It was created purely for the poor and the disobedient working classes, who were given a straight life choice in those days: the factory or an institution like this. If we actually look at the top landing here, that is the wing
right,
in
Enigma.
1982. And here I am back.
And that is the fundamental thing to understand about prison abolition, right? Everyone has the capacity to do something wrong. We all have the same bodies. Well, not all of us have the same bodies, but a lot of us have like the same body and therefore capacity to do something awful to another person, right? We all have the capacity to do that. Most of us. And what you have to ask yourself is, what is it that drives a person to do something like that to someone? Because those are the things that we need to tackle in this world, not the people themselves, right? If you think about climate change is because of, you know, it's happening because of a system, you know? Felt weird being the only three, so I joined the ones. Zadaz, I am proud of you. I know you said you were exhausted before. Understandable. But again, just 2 lines or something is going to make her day. It's going to make her day. So thank you so much for that. Thank you. Climate change, right? Now, this might be a bad analogy, but another one in the bag. Let's fucking go, chat. Let's fucking go. I'm proud of all of you. So yeah, climate change, I don't know if this is a bad analogy, but like, you know, climate change is happening because of systems, right? So climate change is something that fundamentally like threatens human life. But we don't stop climate change by putting the people who are doing climate change in prison, because then the system still exists for people to take their place, right? Do you see what I'm trying to say? So the system has to be dismantled. The profit incentive has to be removed. Yeah? And in the same way that the way that people are violent towards each other based on, you know, a cruelness that is inflicted on this world by those in power, right? Because if you think about it, the only reason that anyone is ever cruel to anyone or nasty to anyone or anything like that is because that is the way that people are treated from the top down. It's that classic saying. The what is it? The teacher, or not the teacher, the mom, the dad hits the wife hits the kid kicks the dog bites the cat eats the mouse. Right? Trickle down violence, right? And even that saying is literally related to capitalism, right? Because misogyny is related to capitalism. The oppression of youth is related to capitalism. animal liberation is related to capitalism, you know. Anyway, it's a very, it's a pertinent saying. So yeah, things like that to remember.
40 years later, looking upon it again, and it certainly invokes some quite unpleasant memories.
So I think this is where John actually went. There you go. This is the wing that I was on in 1982.
That is the wing that I was on in 1982. And here I am back 40 years later, looking upon it again, and it certainly invokes some quite unpleasant memories. This actual part here was at once part of the prison. This was our exercise yard. We were only allowed to leave ourselves for 1 hour a day, and this is where we exercised.
1 hour a day, chat. 1 hour a day. And that was in 1982. And they brought that back in. It was something that was changed at some point in the prison system in the UK, where they let prisoners relax more and stuff like that. And then in lockdown, they brought it back. They kept everybody on lockdown. Now it's 1 hour a day for everybody.
At the moment, there's
and it's really important to remember what he said here, right? Because it was founded, like you can even look this up, like HMP Brixton. Like if you look at the history of this, excuse me, 1820, it was opened, right? 1820, opened as the Surrey House of Correction, right? And correction, back then, was people who didn't want to work. Yeah, you were corrected into capitalist society. You don't want to work? Because think about it, that's literally how it still happens today, yeah? If you don't want to work, you don't work, you can't pay your bills, you owe money, you get into debt, all of a sudden, you know, you're debt collected, you're getting everything taken off you, then you're homeless. Then all of a sudden you commit a crime because you need to survive while you're homeless. Boom, you're in prison. You get corrected. Yeah. It's always such a joke when people talk about like gulags under Stalin and, you know, in Mao and like all stuff like that. And it's like, oh my God, they've got re-education camps. What do you think a prison is? Oh, they've got prisons. Yes, I also dislike prisons, but they exist in capitalism. You fool. Wow, I didn't know you were a prison abolitionist. You know? Like, these people think they're fucking smart when they say this shit. Brixton Prison was intended to house 175 prisoners, however, regularly exceeding its capacity, sporting over 200. Overcrowding was an early problem with its small cells and poor living conditions, contributed to its reputation as one of the worst prisons in London, worsened when Brixton became one of the first prisons to introduce penal treadmills, right? In 1821. What's a penal treadmill? So, if you take a look at this, the treadmill. So they would make prisoners get on this, basically, and grind wheat into flour and various other things that get ground, I'm pretty sure. Penal treadmill, so drove a shaft that could be used to mill corn, pump water, or attached to a large fan for resistance. So it's literally, it's slave labor. Free slave labor, right? Anyway. That's where the term hard labor comes from, right? Slave labor. You heard penal and I heard penile. Well, it says more about you than it does about me, really, doesn't it? But welcome in, Mamero. How you doing? It's good to see you. So, conditions for women were especially harsh, and newly arrived female inmates were meant to spend 4 months in solitary confinement. Following their introduction into general prison population, would be required to maintain a condition of silent association. Female inmates were allowed over time to earn privilege, which included limited conversation, payment for labor, the right to receive letters, and visitation rights. Hey, Andy, how's it going? Welcome in. Welcome in. It really ties into when slavery was abolished in the US, except, of course, for prisoners who were mostly runaway slaves. Right. Yeah. Sometimes it wouldn't be hooked up to anything. It'd be drudgery for drudgery's sake. Oh, really? Yeah, I can believe that. I know what it says about me, and I accept it. I accept it as well. Yeah, I'm very good, thanks. No worries, Andy. I'm just dipping in because I have something relevant to add. Okay. Eventually, with the problem of overcrowding was addressed, with the prison expanded to house over 800 prisoners in 1852, the British government converted Brixton into a women's correctional facility after Van Diemen's Land, modern-day Tasmania, became the final colony to refuse to accept women prisoners from England. So look at the relation. There is a tacit relationship between colonialism and the oppression of the working class in the imperial core, right? It's related. It's all related, chat. The linchpin is capitalism, yeah? Literally gained the right to talk to people, yeah. Fucked up. Conditions of the prison gradually improved during the mid-19th century as a nursery opened for prison children under the age of 4, and by 1860, inmates were allowed to keep their children until the end of their prison sentences. Brixton eventually became a military prison from 1882 until 1898, remained a trial and remand prison for London and the home counties until 2012. So trial and remand prison. So if you are held on remand, it means that, like, you are awaiting trial, and you've not quite had a sentence given to you. So this is just when you're put in prison because you've committed a crime and they don't know what to charge you with, and you don't have access to a lawyer, so you're just in there. You know? Guitar manufacturer Peavey are using prison labor for manufacturing the guitars in America. This stuff is not historic, it's current. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's loads of companies that do it. Next time you buy hummus, find out where it was made. And if it's not in a Palestinian a prison for Palestinians, or even like a factory in Palestine that is actually owned by the Israeli government, yeah, and then distributed, then, you know, I'll be surprised. I'll be surprised if you found one that isn't related to that. Anyway, the footage of the treadmill arena are visible. Oh yeah, the treadmill thing. Yeah. So until 2012. Anyway. In October 1999, Prisons Minister Paul Boateng had to make an emergency visit to Brixton Prison after a spate of multiple suicide attempts by inmates being held in the medical wards of the jail. The minister subsequently promised more nurses and staff for the prison's healthcare unit. A month later, Boateng threatened to privatise Brixton if improvements were not made by the management to the regime. This is a Labour minister. So, you know, 1997, Tony Blair came into power, appointed all of his ministers, and this motherfucker was like, I'm going to turn up the neoliberalism dial if you don't improve this prison. In the spring of 2000, surprise inspection by HM Inspectorate of Prisons resulted in the director of the prison service being summoned to see the appalling conditions in which prisoners with mental health issues being kept. And by the way, chat, when they say prisoners with mental health issues, being in a prison for a long time will give you mental health issues. And when I say a long time, even as little as 6 months. So, we're talking pretty much everybody. And that shit transmits. The vibes transmit. If the two guys at the cell either side of you are going fucking literally sicko mode, those vibes are going to come to you. You know? You're going to be thinking all kinds of stuff. So, this is how prisons are. This is what prisons are like. And even though this is like so it's funny actually. I was just about to say this. You might be looking at this image, chat, and going, "Oh, well, you know, that's how it was in the 1800s. Look at that, when it was a women's prison." But then if you scroll down, it's literally like, no, it's exactly the same. It's simply exactly the same. It's literally exactly the same. There's just, you know. Excuse me. So there you go. Anyway, let's go back to what John was saying.
It's a total lockdown in this institution because of the coronavirus. So there are men in these cells now spending 23.5 hours a day in these cage boxes. And as you can see by the windows, very little natural light actually enters those cages.
Yeah.
They're treated no better than animals. All of the people in here virtually are here as victims of an unequal economic and social system, okay? They're desperately poor.
Yeah.
And some of them spend years in these conditions, being dehumanised and brutalised, and then are released back into the community and inevitably re-offend again. So if there is a relationship between public protection and prisons, it's very, very much an inverse one.
He's right. He's fucking right, chap.
Because what these institutions do is manufacture and create angry, violent young men.
Think about it, yeah? Think about it, right? If you are a poor guy, your family's struggling to eat, and you're just like, you know what? I'm gonna jack some stuff and sell it, right? I'm just gonna sell some stuff. Like, if you've ever been very, 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 very poor, chat, you will know that one of the first things that comes to your head is, what can sell? What have I got that I can sell? Yeah? What have I got that I can sell for dough? Hard cash now. Do you know what I mean? And a lot of the times, sometimes, you know, there's not a lot of stuff to sell. And the people who want to buy it don't want to pay a good bit amount for it. I remember I had a guitar pedal when I was very, very, very poor. Not even 10 years ago, I don't think. I was in debt. I was very, very poor, and sold a guitar pedal that I got for Christmas one year, and it easily would have cost 300 quid, because it was a big fucking pedal. It was like a loop pedal thing before loop pedals were popular. Do you know what I mean? And I sold that for 50 quid. 50 quid. You know? And there was a bunch of other stuff that I sold as well that It's fucked, because you can't even regret it. Do you know what I mean? You genuinely can't even regret it. Because, well, what else do you fucking do? Do you know what I mean? So, that's that. And if you get caught and you go to prison, and because you're poor, you don't have any legal aid, you can't have access to a lawyer, you don't know any lawyers, you don't even know about, like, the legal system and any of that, yeah? Then you're just in there on remand and you can't get out. And while you're in there, you get battered, yeah, by the fucking screws, because they just fucking do that. They just fucking do that for no reason. They don't like the look of you, even if you're too well behaved, even if you're like too nice, you know, because they are told, they are trained to treat you like non-persons, yeah. If you're racialized, you're going to experience racialized violence, race-based violence. If you're queer, if you're feminized in any way, you're going to experience violence like that, you know? If you're disabled, you're going to experience violence towards you based on your disability. All kinds of stuff. And no one's there to help you. And you know all this stuff is happening, and you come out and you see things on the news about, like, the way that they talk about people in prisons, and how do you not become the Joker? Because that's what he's talking about. He's talking about literally becoming Joker-fied. Do you know what I mean? No, and I'm not even trying to make anyone laugh here. I'm not even trying to make a joke. That's literally it. You will just want to watch the world burn. That is what institutionalized means. When people talk about people being institutionalized in prisons, that's what that means. Hey Spectra, how's it going? Sold my PRS S2 for like a quarter of its value for the same reason. I could empathize, but what's a PRS S2? You know, you're doing that thing again.
There are no rich, wealthy bankers and corrupt businessmen in this place. These are petty offenders, guitar, okay. Poor marginalised.
No, it's all right. Don't worry.
Ethnic minority. This is what.
And again, you know, this is important as well, chat. You know, John uses like a bit of an outdated term here, but you know, ethnic minority. You know, we're talking racialized people, like overwhelmingly racialized people. Yeah.
Petty offenders, poor marginalised, disproportionately ethnic minorities.
Like this is what John told us on Red Planet. Like the majority of people in prison who are serving long sentences are petty offenders. When we talk about petty offenders, chat, we mean like shoplifting. We mean like someone who got drunk and had a scrap with someone. Do you know what I mean? Hey Layla, how's it going? When people say ethnic food, it's very off. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Minority. This is what these institutions are used for. In terms of how we actually deal with with the issue of prisons and imprisonment, there have traditionally been two ways. One has been prison reform, the other has been prison abolition. Prison reform is actually responsible for the creation of these institutions.
What? Fuck, I wish I had all my, like... I'm planning on getting, like, a bunch of sound effects set up. Yeah. And I'm kind of sad that I didn't, like, you know... I didn't get some of them ready today, but I'm planning on trying to, like, rest this week. So, anyway, maybe we'll see a bit of that next week. But, like, whoa, who'd have thunk it? Yeah? Who'd have thunk it that reforms are actually responsible for the creation of these institutions?
They were considered a far more reformist, progressive alternative to sheer physical brutality or deportation, which is what happened to working class offenders during the Victorian times. So these very institutions that we look at are a product of prison reform.
This is why you've got to know your history. This is why you've got to know, you know, you've got to know about colonialism. You've got to know how it all affects everything all together. It's all intertwined, the system. Do you know what I mean? It's a web of violence and oppression against everybody.
Achieve nothing but the legitimization of the prison system, and in fact strengthen the prison system.
Right.
Because they create the illusion and the lie that prisons are capable of progressive humanitarian change in the form of rehabilitation. How are people to be rehabilitated in dehumanizing institutions like this?
And you know, John is speaking from experience, and he says the only thing that stopped him from becoming jokerified for when he was getting released was speaking to Matt, who was is one of the organizers, the co-founders of the Prisoner Solidarity Network. Do you know what I mean? So when we're talking about, like, today, sending a little letter of support to Sarah Jane Baker, yeah. And here's the thing, chat, she might send you one back. She might send you one back. She might dictate one to Anita over the phone and send you one back. And you don't have to respond to that if you don't want, but this is how important what you've done today is. There's every chance that Sarah Jane's trial will not go well and she'll go away on terrorism charges or something stupid like that. You know what I mean? You just sent it. Thanks, one who reads. Thank you. Yeah. You know, and then what? And then what? Victorian shit was a lot like Sharia law stuff when we read about it in school. Yeah. Well, look, you know, oppression comes in similar forms wherever it is, right? Wherever it is. Debt laws are nightmare material. I don't know much about that, but anyway. And I don't know much about Sharia law, but I'm willing to bet that it came from colonialism. Anyway. Right, let's carry on.
We have to change society fundamentally in order to remove the need for prisons as far as the state is concerned. And only when we radically transform society and the
Victorian
nature of the
ones.
state can we then radically abolish prisons.
Yeah.
But that is the only solution to prison repression, not superficial reform of the system that creates a veneer of respectability for inhumane, brutal institutions like this. How do we reform institutions like this?
Right.
They're irreformable.
He's right. He's fucking right. Catgirl Steph says having someone recognize your humanity after it's been denied to you for so long saved him from spiraling and doomerism, I imagine. Yeah. Absolutely. That's exactly what he said. Genuinely recommend the Red Planet episode on prison abolition. It's on our YouTube, which is up there. I think it's on our YouTube. Hang on, I might be wrong. Chat. The YouTube channel is the final link, by the way. Wait, how do I find it? Oh, no, it's not. It's on Kira's channel. It's on Kira's channel. Okay, I'll find it for you in a second. I'll drop it in the chat. I've experienced deep depression, the ugly little voice telling me I'm stupid and worthless while I grinned and giggled at beautiful woman I see in the mirror. Getting to live for real undermines that voice's ability to hurt me. I think you had a bit more to say there. So I'll wait for you to finish that one who reads. Anyway, there you go. That's HMP Brixton. The next one is HMP Pentonville.
Here we are outside Pentonville Prison in North London. It's been here now since 1842, and it was...
Oh, I meant to draw an analogy between the lift I get from reaffirming my gender. Right, there you go.
Built and constructed during the dawning of capitalism. Prior to the construction of Pentonville, prisons as such did not exist in this country. What you had was debtors' prisons, but most poor offenders were dealt with very brutally. They were either executed, brutalised or deported into colonies and used as slave labour.
Oh, yeah. So you're on about this stuff then. That's what debt prisons are then. Okay.
With the development of modern capitalism, we see the birth of the modern penitentiary. Here we have the outer walls of Pentonville Prison, the demarcation zone between the so-called free society and the internal prison society. And the walls are not only designed to prevent escape from this institution, but to also pose a warning to the wider working class population that this is what awaits you.
Prisons are, just by the very nature of capitalism, always in deprived areas. Nobody wants to live near a prison. So property prices plummet. They get bought up by people who have no intention of looking after that property. You know, they rent it out, they exploit working class people who've got no money to go and live there. And it's a horrible place to live. If you've got a prison near you, I would say one of the most insightful things you can do is go there. Just go and be around the prison. Take a walk around the walls of the prison. You're not in any danger. You're not in any danger at all if you do that. You know what I mean? Because there's no way they can fucking get out. If you've ever seen the walls of fucking Strangeways in Manchester, I'll show you. Not only do they have a massive fucking high wall, but they've also got this rounded thing at the top, which stops anyone from being able to climb over it. You see the way the wall is rounded at the top. So even if you were able to somehow climb up, maybe on one of the buttresses on the inside or something like that, it would be fucking impossible to get over the top of that hump. You know what I mean? And you'll feel it. You'll feel that vibe. You know? You'll feel that vibe. And it's awful. It's horrible. It's vile.
You comply completely with society. A very close friend of mine actually escaped from here not too long ago. He was actually 65 years old.
Yeah.
He spent 50 years of his life in prison.
Wakefield prison's got walls like that. We're going to take a look at Wakefield in a sec.
Incredibly high walls and escaped. So prison walls do not make a prison. I think the human spirit can sometimes prevail and rise above it. Its whole design was intended to instill control and discipline and obedience.
A sloper?
It was blessed by the church, who said it would provide these criminals with the opportunity to find redemption and penance within. In fact, the level of mental illness and suicide in places like this was extraordinary. This was also a site of capital punishment, and people were executed in this prison up until the early to mid-60s. So there were many, many prisoners murdered and hung in this particular institution. And here we are, 172 years later, the prison is still in existence, and it's still being used to imprison the poor, the powerless, the marginalised. If we seriously want to change society and liberate the poor, if you like, then we have to seriously focus on institutions like this.
Yep.
These places were never created and do not exist.
Think about it, chat. The thing that stops working class people rising up against the state is a fear of being imprisoned. It's the fear of the state violence, right? So prisons serve capitalism in so many ways. You know, when you think about, like, when you grow up and you have, like, the baby brainwashed idea of what a prison is, it's like, oh, it's where they put the bad people, right? But what are bad people? You know, and you don't think about that. But anyway, you know, then you get older and then you realize, oh, okay, so, like, you know, if I had a problem with the government and, like, you know, voting doesn't solve it, and, you know, I wanted to do a revolution, but, like, actually, yeah, they would definitely just put you in prison for that shit. In fact, they would put you in one of the worst prisons for that shit, which I think that we're going to talk about in a sec.
Exist to rehabilitate or help poor people. They exist to break them and dehumanize them.
Yep.
And they have to be abolished, because we cannot truly liberate and free the poor and the marginalised until we destroy institutions like this.
He's right.
They're weapons of class repression.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, chat, that fucking episode of Red Planet where we spoke to these guys was so based. He had so much good stuff to say, John. Amazing guy. Wandsworth.
Here we are in Wandsworth Prison, one of the, at the time, modern penitentiaries that was built during the Victorian times. And initially it housed both women and children. During the 60s, 70s, 80s and part of the 90s, the Prison Officers Association took absolute control of this establishment, as they did a lot of these type of prisons. And so brutal was the regime that it was called the Hate Factory. I was actually imprisoned here in Wandsworth in 1982, almost 40 years ago. And it was a time when the prison officers had absolute, total control of this institution. The law stopped dead at the prison gate here. And it was probably the most traumatic experience of my life, to enter this institution at that time. And the feeling of trauma and vulnerability, knowing that the people wearing the uniforms and carrying the keys, who were far more dehumanised by the experience of prisons like this than we, the prisoners, were, they felt that they had the absolute power over life and death, and they expressed that openly.
Yeah, it's fucked.
And I felt totally in fear of my life. And that's the experience of the prisoners who enter HMP Wandsworth, the Hate Factory. Like most of the institutions of penal captivity that were created during the Victorian times, the architectural design of them was actually the input of the church. Because the regime operating in...
What? The church? It's related to the church? Oh my God.
These very much church-like facade institutions was one called the separation and silence system, where prisoners were kept in total solitary confinement in order, the church claimed, to encourage them to look within and find penance. Hence the name of these institutions, penitentiaries.
That's where it comes from. Oh my God. Oh my God. I didn't even fucking know. I just thought it was like a name that they came up with for prisons. Penitentiaries.
In fact, what it did was psychologically torture prisoners, and the rates of mental illness and suicide and self-harm in these places, both then and now, is enormous. We're meant to live in a modern world, yet our treatment of so-called offenders hasn't changed much over the past 200 years, as evidenced by the continuing function of an institution like this. Because the people who actually suffer when people emerge further brutalised...
Look at him fucking knocking on the wall. I fucking love John so much, man. What an absolute trooper.
These institutions is the actual community itself. Once we can empower prisoners to fight collectively for their human rights, we can begin the process of tearing down these institutions. And in terms of creating a progressive classless society, these are one of the institutions that must be dismantled.
Yeah.
In the name of human progress and civilization, because these are a relic of a time when the treatment of so-called working class offenders was barbaric and primitive.
Well, let's face it. You know, it still is. The wording isn't quite right. You know, we've learned that. I think primitive is like primitive's not words like that have been used to like disparage racialized people before and stuff like that. So we understand the context, right? We understand the context. Monasteries have cells where the monks would isolate for contemplation, prayer, etc. Oh my god, chat! I'm gonna just break real quick because my mum is like trying to get in touch with me for something important. I don't think it's gonna be the end of the stream or anything, but I'm just gonna be right back real quick. So use this opportunity to stretch your legs, have your meds and all that stuff. I'll speak to you in a bit. I'll be back in a bit. How do I get the be right back thing? Where's that? There it is. All right, back in a sec. Oh my god, it's warm in here. What's this? What happened? Oh my god. Zach! Zach, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome in. Spread it forward. Hello. Von Munchausen. Hello. Arbelin. Ziode UK. Milton Kitano. Cicero Fields. How are you doing? No, we're not in prison. Don't worry. Hey, Zach, how was your stream? Yeah, feel free to spam your emotes. Yeah. Hey, Weizen Gourmet. Adam Altogether, how are you doing? Good to see you. Feel like I'm plowing through 64-bit monsters with a sawed-off shotgun on my N64. Yeah, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Hey, Real Lan, how are you doing? We're covering the prison that is reality for a few hours today, funnily enough. I'm glad you had a great one. Glad you had a great one. Thank you so much for the raid. Raiders, if you don't know me, my name is djmuel. I'm a political leftist streamer. Basically, today we are covering prison abolition in general because some people don't quite know about it. Some people don't quite understand it. And we recently, on our show Red Planet, that I do with Sophie from Mars, Conquest the Dread, and Kira Chats, last night we spoke to a representative of, thank you for the follow, Sarah Jane Baker, who is a trans woman who is currently being held in a men's prison for basically saying punch TERFs in the face. Even when she's issued a full apology for it, the state went completely over the head of the legal system. Oh, hey, Death and a Lovely Italian as well. Sorry, completely missed you there. The Home Office went completely over the head of the law books and arrested her basically because TERFs on Twitter were getting mad about it. That is what happened. So please, if you have a minute, yeah, you have no idea how much you will help Sarah if by following the link in the SJB command that's www.freesarahjanebaker.com. Please send her at least a letter of solidarity telling her how much you hate what has happened and you disagree with it and all that kind of stuff. Please show some support. This is like very, very easy activism that you could do from home that will have a dramatic effect on someone's life and experience. So even if it's just 1 or 2 lines, hey, showing you some support from insert country here, right? Anything like that, please go and support her. If you have any spare dough, please help the legal defense fund. You know. So that's that. That's that. Yeah, she's been imprisoned in the UK. Yeah. So welcome in. Yeah. So that's what we're talking about. What else can I tell you about me? I'm a housing activist. I am a bisexual. He, him. Yeah. Those are my pronouns. Can Americans send letters there? I don't think so. Well, we're not asking you to send a letter, just an email, and you can definitely do that. There's the email in the chat from Catgirl Steph. So, yeah, you can go ahead and do that from anywhere in the world. It's entirely possible. Hey, Uni the Dino. Wasn't able to eat earlier when you were initially talking about it, but just sent an email so you can mark me down as another one. Yes! Chat, we're making a difference. And all you're doing is watching a Twitch stream. How does that feel? Right? I hope she gets back to all of us. Genuinely, I hope she gets back to all of us. But I hope she understands. I hope she understands that this is like, you know, people showing her support and solidarity on the outside, you know? Really, really important. Sounds like an object lesson in the efficacy of organized pressure campaigns. Well, that's what this is. That is exactly what this is, yeah. Thank you, Spread It Forward. Yeah, anyone else who emails would be like so much appreciated. Not just by me, but by Sarah and the people that love her and want to see her released, yeah? Here's what I wrote. Dear Sarah Jane, greetings from Cascadia in the Pacific Northwest. We know that no one is free until everyone is free, that your predicament is ours. Similarly, our love is yours, our support, our solidarity, love, name and pronouns, city, state, USA. I think that's great. I think that's great, one who reads. Honestly, that's fantastic. What a great thing. What a great thing we're doing here today, chat. I'm proud of every single one of you. Anyway, we're going to be watching some more videos from the Prisoner Solidarity Network organization here in the UK. My chat, please go and show some love to Zach App if you haven't already. He's a great streamer, amazing comrade. Thank you so much again, Zach, for the raid. I hope you had a good day, an educational day, I guess he says. So yeah, good. Anyway, let's see what we got next. We just learned some history about Wandsworth Prison and HMP Brixton, HMP Pentonville. I think this is a interview with Kevin Thakrar, Joint Enterprise and CSCs. Let's see what this is about.
My son Kevin Thakrar was sent to prison 13 years ago for a crime he didn't commit. They used the Joint Enterprise Doctrine to do this.
My name is Gloria Morrison. I'm the campaign coordinator for Joint Enterprise Not Guilty by Association, which is also known as JENGBA. We formed in 2010, supporting 160 prisoners.
Yeah, we got a few here, Zach. Yeah.
We're now supporting over 1,000 prisoners.
Chuck yours in the chat, though, anyway.
Doctrine of Joint Enterprise. The majority of the cases we're supporting are murderers. So they haven't actually murdered anybody. They're known as the secondary party. But they can be associated somehow with the principal, and that association can just be their relatives. Or
so think about that, chat. This is something that's still going on. Yeah? This is something that's still going on. Why do we still use solitary confinement? Yeah. I bet that's really eye-opening. Yeah. Is there anything about prison abolition, like in that one? I worked as a nurse within the British jail system. It's so much worse than you can imagine. Yeah, I believe it. Reading the case on the Justice for Kevin, I'm stunned to shock how it's possible. Just fucking beyond great British justice at its finest. I'm shocked, seriously shocked. Just literally, yeah? Just literally being associated, like being a relative of someone who has murdered someone, right? So not even the person that's murdered someone. Just, you know him, or it's your brother, or your sister, or you lived with him, or, you know, your sibling, it's your mum or your dad. You get your parental guardian, whatever, right? Do you know what I mean? It's absurd. It's completely absurd, chat. And they could put you away on like, remand for this stuff. Do you know what I mean?
They're friends, or they received a phone call earlier in the day. You don't need actual evidence of what somebody's done. You just need to get them by some kind of association to what somebody else has done. And if it's a murder, the police are very, very keen to make sure that they get a conviction. I've known Kev Thacker for many, many years now. He was one of the first prisoners to contact us when we formed JENGBA. His case is one of the most shocking in that he's not even at the scene, but he was linked via his brother.
Okay, Zach.
With Joint Enterprise, you don't have to prove knowledge, you just have to assume it, and then that's what they could do with Kevin. Kev got 35 years as a 20-year-old man.
35 years. Let's read this. Kevin was convicted of murder and attempted murder in 2008, sentenced to life with a minimum tariff of 35 years. He was age 20. No DNA, no forensics, no reliable witness testimony to even put Kevin at the scene of the crime. Kevin's alibi was threatened by police with prison if he testified. So, cops again, chat. Cops again. The description of the assailant was nothing like Kevin. Witnesses who picked Kevin out of the lineup contradicted themselves and later admitted their ID was false. A family member of the victims may have been offered a deal to give false evidence against Kevin. Kevin was convicted under joint enterprise because of an association with his brother. Kevin suffered from poor legal representation, and there is some evidence that his solicitor is corrupt. Kevin was assaulted by prison staff immediately prior to trial, so had to attend with injuries. After more abuse from prison staff and suffering from PTSD, Kevin was later charged with assaulting prison officers, found not guilty. As retaliation, Kevin has been held in a close supervision unit, solitary confinement ever since, locked in his cell for 23 hours a day, denied contact visits with family and friends. For more details of Kev's story and how to contact him directly or support his cause, please visit the website, justiceforkevin.com. Prince Infidel says in the chat, this happens all the time in the US. More people who are somehow related to murder are in prison here than there are convicted murderers. Right, because and this is because of this awful mixture between bureaucracy and oppression of the working class, right? So the bureaucracy element of it is we need results, right? We need results. So you need to get us convictions. You know what I mean? Like, oh, if your department isn't performing, then, we're going to cut your wages and blah, 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 all this kind of the other. Yeah. Right? This is like worst case scenario what capitalist propaganda says communism is. Right. Hey, Crystal. Yeah, it's just, extremely fucked. It's just extremely fucked. Oh yeah, we've of course touched on that. Death in a Lovely Italian, yes. But just broadly speaking, this idea that like there is an institution, that institution is the police, it's connected to the legal system, it's connected to the state, it's connected to the prison system, and they want to see results in these departments, right? Because they are monitored by the state, they're monitored by the federal state, also if you're in the US. And, if it's a private prison, they just want to fill them up because they get more and more free labor out of them, right? It makes a lot of money, I thought communism is when poor. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Communism is just when you're poor and no iPhone.
That's just obscene.
All of us are here because of Kevin's persistence, his refusal to give in, and the absolute determination to have justice. He resisted a racist attack by guards, and in the process of resisting, he managed to cut one of them and back them off. Now, of course, the guards claimed that he attempted to murder them.
These people are the worst. Screws are the worst. Screws are the worst people in the world. Like, the worst. Do you know what I mean, chat?
And they took him to court on a charge of attempted murder. However, he was able to win the jury over, which is really...
Right, Thomuel, that is. I want to just point out that is exactly what I'm talking about, yeah? Thomuel in the chat says, the results-driven stuff reminds me of West Yorkshire Police's A Dealer a Day thing they did a few years ago. They did a massive crackdown that led to a bunch of small-time guys and people just selling to mates getting picked up and put away. Right. Let's also talk about the fact that, like, these things are harming no one. Right? If we're talking about, like, small-time drugs like weed, fucking, acid, ecstasy, whatever, unless it's getting caught badly or something. But they're not arresting people for, like, cutting the E's with fucking, the MDA or whatever it is, the bad chemical that, like, fucks you up if you drink beer while you're on it and it kills you or something. You know what I mean? They're not arresting people for that. They're arresting people just because. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things that they have to have numbers for. It's like, yeah, put them away. Obviously, I'm simplifying this, but there's a lot more to it.
Extraordinary when you're already a prisoner, and he was completely exonerated.
12 members of the jury unanimously found him not guilty, but the prison, they weren't happy with this result, so they decided to keep him in the CSC, which is a prison within a prison.
Solitary confinement, yeah.
Close supervision centre.
You take a look.
Yeah. I first came to prison September 2007. I was put onto the CSC in March 2010, and I have been in almost entire solitary confinement throughout that period, bar maybe 6 to 12 months where I've been able to mix with other people.
Madness.
In small group isolation, but in general it has been solitary confinement.
How much time do you get out of your cell typically?
Currently here is between 30 and 90 minutes a day, depending on whether or not they give me access to the phone.
Between 30 and 90 minutes a day, chat. Festering.
And whether or not they give me a full time on the exercise yard. They're supposed to give 1 hour. Today they didn't. Today they gave about 40 minutes. So I've had that time plus about 15 minutes in the shower today and this phone call. And that's going to be my entire time out of the cell.
According to the United Nations, the Mandela rules, aptly named, nobody should be held in solitary confinement for more than 2 weeks at a time. So when we're talking about...
I mean, no one should be in solitary confinement, period. No one should be in prisons, period. The bar for cops is already on the floor. They somehow went under it. It is torture, von Munchausen, yeah. It really is. More than a decade alone, but for an hour or two a day with the screws, yeah.
Years, we're talking about intentionally attempting to break people, to break them psychologically, and to completely destroy them.
And again, as John has said, they do that to institutionalize them, to keep the prison system going. It starts with a minor offense or something ridiculous like guilty by association, right? And all of a sudden, someone is institutionalized. It's even worse in private prisons and detention. I disagree. I think it's worse. I think it's just as bad in every single one of them. I don't think there is one good prison. There are prisons where the conditions might be a bit better, like in Finland, where they do that sort of like free movement stuff, whatever it is. No, I would say these state prisons that they're describing here in the UK are just as bad as any private prison.
I moved him from CSC cell to a segregated...
Private prisons, contrast with states, often include minimum occupancy clauses that require the state to maintain at least a certain number of incarcerated persons. It's not difficult to see the implications for pressure on legislators to create a great number of offences that carry prison time and provide for longer sentences. Yeah, it's vile. It's absolutely vile.
Which has no window, no electricity, no toilet seat or lid, and it's basically just a stone bed. And there's a little hatch at the bottom of the door where they put his food through.
In terms of the lack of electric sockets, that means no TV, no stereo, no games console, no hair clippers. You can't cut your hair, you've just got to live with it growing out wild. Can't plug in a clock, you can only have battery powered. So that makes what you can do in the cell very limited beyond staring at the walls. It's difficult. It is difficult, especially when you're locked in the cell for...
Beyond staring at the walls. They probably don't even let him have books. Do you know what I mean?
23 hours a day.
Kev is always fighting for other prisoners and for himself against the prison system because there's no accountability for everything they do, whether it's racism, whether it's brutality against prisoners. He gets the message out, he gets protests, against the prison, against the justice system, what they're doing wrong, and they don't like him for that.
It should be noted that joint enterprise applies to every single type of conviction, all the way down to theft.
Yep.
So there's a reason why it will not be fully abolished. It's because it's a business. The whole justice system operates on the commodities that are human lives.
And this is why they try to break you when you're in prison, chat, because it radicalizes you. Listen to how this guy's talking. He knows all that shit. He knows all this shit. He's fucking read up on it. As soon as you realize, like, oh my God, you could just go to prison because someone thinks you might have killed someone with no evidence whatsoever for 35 years. How are you supposed to fucking live with that? How are you supposed to do it? Do you know what I mean? It's vile.
And the joint enterprise process enables that to be mass used.
So they try and break you. They try and make you think that there's no point in trying to reintegrate into society. They try and make you think that people on the outside won't understand you. And to be honest, a lot of people won't, because they will see you as an ex-convict. You're all of a sudden branded. You're a marginalized person on top of what other marginalizations you have, right?
That's where we're at. It's a very difficult battle to try.
Also, I'm noticing that Matt's got a Deftones hoodie on here. Very cool, very based.
Overturn the joint enterprise. But, maybe one day we'll see. I'm afraid that is the end of my time. I have to go. See you later, bye.
Fucked. Completely fucked, chat. Completely fucked. Don't forget to support the Prisoner Solidarity Network. Very, very important work that they do. Highlighting all this stuff. Don't have nearly enough views. Don't have nearly enough subscribers on YouTube. This stuff is completely fucked. Completely fucked. To reuse your point from earlier, you leave as the Joker scary or as the Joker based. It's true. It's true. That is actually what happens. So we got a couple more here. Let's check out Wormwood Scrubs.
This is Wormwood Scrubs Prison.
Or Wormwood.
It was constructed in the 1870s, and it was probably the first prison in Europe that could be defined as a supermax super jail. The architect of this prison,
They got them things on the walls like Strangeways. This is probably the exact same architect that did Strangeways in Manchester.
And the person who actually designed it was an individual called Major General Edward Duquesne. And in fact, the street in which this prison is situated is named after him. During the 19th century, poor rural workers and tenant farmers were driven off their land by rich landowners under the Enclosure Act, whereby common free land was stolen from the peasants. You then had a great influx of the rural poor into the urban centres like London. And it was also a time of the creation of the Vagrancy Act. So these people, just by being poor and destitute, were criminalised. And many of them found their way into these type of institutions. Children were actually imprisoned in this institution up until the mid-1980s on what was called the Borstal Boys Wing. I was first imprisoned in this jail when I was 15 years old, and we were sent here by the courts to be assessed
Right, Romild.
training.
Right.
So you can imagine the traumatic impact that would have on children imprisoned as very, very young teenagers. A very, very traumatic experience. What particularly distinguished this prison for its brutality was an inquiry by the police in 1990 into claims and allegations that prison officers here were running a regime of terror in the segregation unit.
Mm-hmm.
And there were claims that apart from brutalising prisoners, they were also murdering them.
They fucking definitely were.
Hanging them from a cell window. And then the doctor would confirm that these prisoners had committed suicide. This had gone on for a number of years. Eventually...
You know, when we say fuck cops, you know, that includes prison officers. Wholeheartedly, entirely. These people are sick fucks.
There was a police inquiry.
Sick fucks.
And 5 or 6 prison officers were prosecuted. Things really haven't changed much here since the 1990s, when the place was being terrorised by prison officers. In 2018, a black prisoner held there, Winston Augustine, was starved for 3 days, denied medication for kidney stones, and was in extreme pain. And eventually he committed suicide.
Fucking hell,
and during the inquest into his death, the conclusion of the inquest was that he'd been treated horrendously. And the reason for that was that, like all British prisons, racism and the racist victimisation and discrimination against black and ethnic minority prisoners is systemic in these institutions. Subsequent inquiries and investigations into this prison have consistently reported that it's massively overcrowded, infested with vermin, and extremely high levels of violence. This prison should be closed down in the interest of human rights.
Yep. Fucking close them all down. There's a site for Americans called Collateral Consequences Inventory that lists 43,000 laws throughout the United States that deny you access to something based on ever having been convicted. Yeah. It's completely fucked. It's completely fucked. So bad. So what we got next? Let's take a little look here. So this is the first of long documentaries, but I think we're gonna miss that one just for now because this is actually becoming like quite a big segment. So we're just gonna continue the little snippet videos that John does. Because coming up now, we're going to talk about Belmarsh, Britain's Guantanamo, HMP Woodhill, and HMP Bristol. And maybe we'll watch some of these next week. You know, maybe we'll pick one of these and we'll watch one next week. Because I understand this could be quite doom-pilling. Chat, I'm well aware of that. I'm well aware of the doomerism associated with understanding the full force of the state. Of state violence, so you know, we're not gonna hang about on this for too long, but I do think it's a very important topic. Hopefully everyone on the VOD channel is appreciating this as well.
Here we are outside Belmarsh Prison. Belmarsh Prison is a super maximum security prison that was opened in 1991.
So 1991, that would be under Thatcher. Definitely the plans of that would have happened under Thatcher. Maybe, when were the poll tax riots? Poll tax riots. 1990. Yeah. Yeah, the last time neoliberalism pushed the great British public to breaking point, and they were actually close to doing some kind of a very disorganized revolution. Anyway, if you abolish prisons, where do all the prisoners go? Australia. No. Of course not. I think that's the joke that Steph was making, Zach. I think that was the joke that Steph was making. Send them all your way. No, of course, you know. Zach is being sarcastic there, you know. Wow, they would go to homes like anyone else, wouldn't they? That's what would happen.
Many people were held here without charge or proper judicial process under the so-called anti-terrorist law, and they were held here indefinitely. That's why it was called Britain's Guantanamo. There are still political prisoners being held here, like Julian Assange. And this prison in particular is a political concentration camp. As you can see now, there are demonstrations outside in support of Kevin Frackner, who's been held here in solitary confinement.
Oh, okay, so this is about Kevin.
Are torture. 23 hours locked in a cell is torture. This is 2022 and the UK.
Copper's fucking having a fucking moment here, hearing all this shit about like the people that he puts in these places and what happens to them. My man's going like, no, it's not like that. They deserve it anyway. They deserve it. Nah, they don't do that. It's not that bad. Nah, they've got PlayStations and all that. They've got PlayStations. He's only allowed an hour. Nah, they've got PlayStations.
Shame on the UK government for allowing this to continue.
I spent some time in this prison in the 90s. Belmarsh was then used for so-called unmanageable prisoners, long-term prisoners, who were sent here temporarily as a so-called cooling-off period. And we were held in clinical isolation and solitary confinement and subject to staff brutality.
Hell yeah,
almost
swell
on a
cat,
daily
Max.
basis.
Welcome in.
I spent almost 6 months in solitary confinement in this prison. A lot more people convicted of political protests are going to find themselves in places like Belmarsh.
He's right. Like, climate activists are going to find themselves in here when the material conditions of capitalism get so bad under climate change, as a result of climate change, and people are doing climate activism. They will find themselves in here if they get caught, right? You know?
Okay, people are going to be overtly in prison for their political attitudes and behaviour.
Oh my God, that's Anita. No fucking way, chat. That is literally Anita. Sarah Jacob. I swear to God it's her. We had her on Red Planet last night. 2 people that we've had on Red Planet in the same shot. And we even said to her, we said, have you heard of Prisoner Solidarity Network? And she was like, no, I don't think I have. She was there. I'm going to message her and tell her.
Okay, people are going to be overtly.
That's her. That's literally Sarah Jane Baker's, Sarah Jane Baker's legal representative. What a cameo. I don't suppose you'll have that cop on next. Yes, that's going to be our next guest on Red Planet. That guy right there. Yeah. The nations with the lightest sentences have the least crime type logic. Sorry, what do you mean? I don't know what you mean by that.
For their political attitudes and behaviour. We need to support demonstrations and protests like this and put the focus on this prison.
Yep.
It has to be closed now.
Hell yeah. I fucking love it. Every single video, John's just like, we gotta close it now. Fuck yeah. Come on, dude. Let's go. What a Chad. Actual Chad behaviour. So, let's check out this one, HMP Woodhill, and then we got a couple more left.
Outside Her Majesty's Prison, Woodhill. Woodhill.
Lightest punishment for a crime, that is to say. I just don't know what you're actually on about. I don't know what that statement. I'm sorry, I've got ADHD in it, so I don't know what you mean. Like the nations with the lightest sentences have the least crime type logic. I don't know what that's in reference to. I don't know what you. I need more context. Sorry, I just don't understand what you mean.
Was opened in 1992, so it's a relatively modern prison. And conditions here, compared to most of the sort of traditional prisons, particularly in the London area, are far, far better than they are in the sort of Victorian prisons. Yet, surprisingly or not, Woodhill Prison has the highest rate of prisoner suicide in the whole of England and Wales.
Oh.
So I suppose the lesson and the conclusion to be drawn from that is, it doesn't matter how improved physical conditions might be in a prison and how apparently modern this prison is. Prisons as institutions are inhuman.
Yeah.
What also exists here at Woodhill Prison is a prison within a prison called a closed supervision centre.
So again, that's the British version of solitary confinement, you know?
And it was created here in 1998 to house or contain what were allegedly the most difficult, unmanageable and rebellious prisoners. Now, the Closed Supervision Centre has been condemned by various institutions like Amnesty International, for example, the UN Special Rapporteur on Torture.
Right.
And it's been condemned for being in breach of prisoners' basic human rights, because people held in the Closed Supervision Centre and the separation wings are held in conditions.
This is true, Steph. Steph with a very important point in the chat. They may not actually be actual suicides, as we learned a few videos back. Screws could just be murdering him.
Of total and absolute solitary confinement. Earlier this year, the Justice Minister, Dominic Raab, said that he was in fact going to expand the CSCs and separation wings for difficult prisoners. And he was going to amend the Human Rights Act so that prisoners couldn't, in his words, make trivial claims based on human rights against the British prison system.
Trivial claims.
Here, a large group of prisoners are being psychologically and mentally tortured. A lot of them because of their so-called rebellious behaviour in prison.
Now here's the thing, chat. If I ever get put away, yeah, I'm completely fucked. There's no way that I would be able to get away with, like, keeping my head down, making friends with the screws. Do you know what I mean? I won't be able to get away with any of that because they'll see all my content. They'll find it all, won't they? They'll be watching it going, yeah, is this what you think of fucking screws? I'll get fucking planked. They'll fucking murder me, chat. That's a fact. That's a fact.
Or because of their political beliefs, where they're defined as...
But, you know, what I'm trying to say is that, like, if you have any kind of, like, prison abolitionist, like, ideas or, like... But not even... It doesn't even have to be that extreme. Like, you could I wouldn't even call it extreme. I would call it, like, human, right? Like, you would maybe have a position like... We should be allowed more time out of our cells in the exercise yard, right? And they'll just fucking put you in confinement for that. You know what I mean? A queer leftist with a public profile? Surely not. No, yeah, well, I'll get protected, won't I, by the liberal elite. You've seen the Shawshank Redemption, I assume. I've actually not seen it. I've actually not seen the Shawshank Redemption, no. We actually have a political statement here. No one kills himself in a police station because it's happened many times. Someone gets picked up before they even reach a jail cell. They're dead. Supposedly someone hanged themselves off a doorknob or something. Yeah, it's complete bollocks. It's complete bollocks. They just murder people, yeah.
Potential terrorists. And I think the whole of society has a responsibility and a duty to both highlight and protest against
Yeah,
this.
I agree.
Because the implications for the whole of society are quite enormous, particularly at times of political unrest, where people convicted and imprisoned for political type offences such as protesting, demonstrating, will end up in institutions
as we've seen with
like
Just
this.
Stop Oil.
So all of us have a duty and a responsibility to combat and fight against the treatment of human beings in HMP.
What? You may go to prison for saying you haven't seen it. What? What do people think Britain is? What do people think Britain is? It's just the same as like, you know, any other imperial core country. It's just the same as Australia. You don't put people in prison because they haven't seen Coronation Street. Yeah, exactly, Shafiq. Exactly. Yeah. It is one of those films. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. Anyway, let's take a look at this. This is only 10 minutes long. The failure of reform, prison abolition in the UK.
Many believe that the police, prison system and border enforcement are there to keep us safe. Yet very little of the violence and harm in today's society is dealt with by the police, and when it is, the criminal justice system causes further harm, especially for marginalised groups.
Yes!
Many have experienced the failures of the criminal justice system and witnessed repeated failed attempts to reform these institutions. These reforms claim to mitigate the problems with policing, but in fact strengthen and expand its powers of surveillance and punishment.
Abolition rejects these reforms. It seeks to end the use of prisons, policing, border enforcement and other punitive institutions that fail to deliver justice and safety.
Oh, you mean like society? Society will put me in a prison because they're like, you've not seen that? And it's like, yeah, man, I've got ODD. So like, if there's like a big famous film that's in like like I haven't even watched fucking The Godfather. Yeah, because films like that are just like huge in the public eye and everyone's talking about them all the time, and they're like, oh, you gotta watch that, you gotta watch The Godfather, you gotta watch that, you gotta watch The Godfather, you gotta watch that, you gotta watch Shawshank Redemption, you gotta watch that, you gotta watch fucking Titanic, you gotta watch that, you gotta watch Marvel Cinematic Universe, blah, blah, blah. I'm just never gonna watch him. I'm never gonna watch him. Like, I can't even begin to tell you how much that, like, it, you know, these becomes like tasks in the back of my head. And so I just end up watching, like, you know, complete garbage. Yeah, well, now I'm not going to. Yeah. Just literally that. Yeah, it is one who reads. Yeah, it's John doing the voiceover.
Seeks to build a society that cares for all.
One of the voiceovers.
To prevent harm and works to genuinely make society safer. The majority of cases handled by the
Chat, I'm going to put these cookies away in the fridge
the model that
because I'm not eating them. They're just kind of like out for no reason. I will have a bit.
Instead, policing and prisons exacerbate inequality driven by social injustices which the police were never designed to deal with.
While abolitionist ideas such as calls to defund the police have begun to enter the UK mainstream, abolition is often understood as a specifically US phenomenon. Yet, abolition and movements for liberation from British policing have been ongoing for as long as the police have existed.
Nobody's watched The Godfather.
The colonial history of the police and its ongoing legacies. When the Metropolitan Police was set up in 1829 by Robert Peel, it was modelled on the Royal Irish Constabulary that Peel had been instrumental in setting up as Chief Secretary for Britain's first colony, Ireland.
From the beginning, the police were tasked with upholding the authority of the British state and protecting the wealthy from the poor and those deemed threatening and disorderly.
Modern British policing still uses tactics developed through colonial rule. Colonial police in places such as India and Kenya designated whole communities as suspects and subjected them to surveillance and collective punishment while justifying rights abuses on the basis of racist ideas of white supremacy.
Yeah, Robert Peel is why they're called bobbies, yeah.
British policing continues to be at the centre of global technology and training networks.
Bobby fucking poo pants.
UK uses development aid to fund policing and border enforcement overseas.
Oh no, Shafiq, that's horrible.
And equips overtly authoritarian
it's good that you were there for them.
Regimes in Hong Kong, Bahrain and the US amongst others. Moreover, Britain is at the centre of the global policing and arms industry, with DSEI, the world's largest arms fair, held every 2 years at London's Excel Centre. The racist impact of policing continues to be a stark feature of the UK criminal justice system. After the failure to investigate the murder of Stephen Lawrence in 1993, the Metropolitan Police were found to be professionally incompetent and institutionally racist.
By the way, really like fucked that this was in 1993. They were found to be professionally incompetent and institutionally racist in 1993. And You know, 20 years later, or 30 years later, or however long it is, you know, last year, or it was this year, I think, you know, we had the Ford report. Was it the Ford report? No, that's the Labour one. We had that one report. Where they were like, the Metropolitan Police is institutionally homophobic, racist, and sexist. And it's like, yeah, I mean, what are we learning? We're not really learning anything we already knew. There was already investigations into this. Decades ago. You know? That was 30 years ago, Mule. It's okay now. No, it's not. I've just said it's not. It's still not okay. we're gonna do another one in 30 years. We're gonna do another one in 30 years. When, like, you know, half of Britain is uninhabitable due to, like, climate change. It's underwater or whatever. And they'll be like, oh, yeah, the Met Police are still racist, actually. Not done anything about it in 30 years. It's got worse, actually. Oh, how could that happen? You know.
In the Macpherson report, a description of many police leaders, such as former police
Why are you
chief
bringing up
President
old stuff?
Dick, continue to deny.
Just remember to add that sarcasm tone indicator, because some new person might come in the chat and be like, fuck you, class traitor, you know? Neil, we can't possibly do without the police. It would be anarchy. Oh, wait. Yeah. Yeah. Stephen Lawrence, Ian Hamilton, and others. Yeah. We have to give a fair shot to the most effective means of enacting social change, i.e. waiting for 30 years. Yeah, it's true.
Despite decades,
just wait, it'll get better, you know?
Aggressive stop and search still disproportionately targets working class people and people of colour.
Yeah.
It's widely reported that black people are 9 times more likely to be stopped and searched than white people.
People of colour are roughly 14% of the general population, but make up 25% of the adult prison population, and a shocking 41% of the youth prison population.
Like, the way that young black people, I was about to say men there, but really it's black girls as well, like black boys and black girls in the UK. They're just seen as like the worst. Like, it doesn't matter where you're from. Your parents could be middle class. Do you know what I mean? And you'll just be seen as a fucking piece of shit by everyone, by the whole of society. Do you know what I mean? Like, that racism in Britain is just like it's so deep, man. So fucking deep. I guess there's one report into the Met showing that they're still awful per decade. Yeah.
In 2015, the proportion of black people in the UK who were in prison was greater than the equivalent statistic in the US. And 5.
But you know, the US is the problem. You know, in the USA, they really have the racism problem. We don't have that here. You know, we don't have. No, the US is bad. The US is the bad one. We don't do any of that. You know, fucking lies. I'm being sarcastic in case anyone can't tell, but people think crime is some sort of solid object rather than a socially constructed category. Right. Well, like the economy, right? Like all the other like money, all the other lies that serve capitalism, right? All the other lies.
Percent of Britain's prisoners consider themselves gypsy, Romany, or traveller. But
GRT people as well, yeah.
0.1% of the UK population.
0.1% of the UK population, 5% of the UK's prisoners.
The consequences of contact with the criminal justice system are often harmful and sometimes deadly. There have been over 1,700 deaths in police custody since 1990.
Since 1990.
One prosecution for manslaughter for a police officer. Groups like the United Friends and Families Campaign and Inquest have a long campaign for police accountability.
I love that they've basically just stolen the font of the Met Police for this for this logo. It's basically the same, chat. Let me show you. Met Police. I'm pretty fucking certain. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. It looks very, very similar to like some Met Police stuff. Oh, I don't know. Anyway, it looks really, really similar to the kind of like graphics that you see on like Metropolitan Police Services, you know?
In relation to these deaths. Police and prison violence relies upon the criminalisation of drugs, sex work, migration.
I think they probably had a rebrand, yeah,
Shafiq,
yeah.
that punishes the poor.
They probably had a rebrand in 1990 after that report. They'll probably have to rebrand again soon, you know? You know? Today I saw an elderly white man screaming at a Middle Eastern guy who had the audacity of waiting outside TK Maxx for his girlfriend to finish a shift. Apparently he was taking up the pavement threateningly. Made sure the guy was okay. He was not fazed, thankfully. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, this is the result of the growing racism in the UK. You know, it's like fucking just being fueled by anti-migrant rhetoric all over the UK media at the minute. Like, the mainstream media is obsessed with migrants, obsessed, because climate change is picking up, you know? So murder is legal if you're a cop. Yeah, that's what the numbers say, right? You know what I mean?
While failing to make society safer. By treating drug use as a matter for criminal punishment rather than public health, the UK imprisons 12,000 people on drug charges, whilst maintaining
12,000 people
drug mortality in Europe.
Current UK legislation
doesn't do
criminalises
anything.
sex workers working together for safety. Under the guise of fighting exploitation and protecting vulnerable women, the law against brothel keeping criminalises workers who work together for safety, meaning they can be raided by police or border officials, and sex workers to be arrested and sometimes deported.
Border officials, chat. They just go in there and deport people. Do you know what I mean? Like, lots of sex workers come from all over the world. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're forced to work, like, overwhelmingly trans people as well. Do you know what I mean? It's fucked. It's just completely fucked. We need more consciousness of sex workers and solidarity with sex workers in the left as a whole. In the left as a whole. 12,000 is the population of a small town, right? Right. For drugs.
While homelessness has increased 140%.
And it has, as John just said, no effect on the drug mortality rate in the UK. No effect on it whatsoever.
51% since the beginning of austerity in 2010, the police still regularly use the 200-year-old Vagrancy Act to harass and impose fines on rough sleepers.
Right.
Police routine.
That's another thing as well, chat. Like, earlier when we were doing that sort of like thought exercise, when I was telling you about, you know, okay, let's say you end up getting debt collected, you end up getting evicted or whatever because you run out of money because, like, for some reason you can't work, you can't get a job, etc., etc. All of a sudden you're forced out onto the street, and then you are, you know, you might commit a crime in order to get something to eat, right? You might steal some dough, you might shoplift or whatever. But here's the thing, chat, here's the kicker. You don't even have to do any of that stuff. You could just be sleeping on the street and coppers will come up and be like, hello. Time to go to prison, mate. Fucking get in the van, you cunt. You know?
Mainly target protests and dissent.
That's right,
Shafiq,
Shafiq, yeah.
Stop and search powers drawn from Section 60 of the Criminal Justice and Public Order Act 1994, which was brought in to repress travellers, squatters and environmentalists. This pattern is repeated by the new policing bill, which criminalises intentional trespass and adds to the police's powers to ban protest.
Surveillance is becoming increasingly threaded through public and private life in programmes like the Hostile Environment and Prevent. Data gathered through health, education and welfare is routinely being shared with the police and immigration control. These policies obligate public sector workers to become informers for immigration control and counter-terrorism, with racist outcomes targeting people of colour and the Muslim community in particular.
The targeted brutality of policing and prisons have been challenged repeatedly through protest and resistance. However, demands for change are often channeled by the state into programmes of reform, which don't address the underlying issues. As a result, we see over and over reforms fail to limit the damaging effects of policing and serve to legitimise its harmful and unaccountable practices.
For example, protests against the racist sus laws resulted in the passing of the Police and Criminal Evidence Act 1984 that provides the legal basis for today's stop and search regime.
Fucked.
As criticism of stop and search continues, the state offers new best use of stop and search guidelines and body cameras that maintain the police's power
It's
over
all just
working class
bollocks.
black and brown communities. In other words, reforms meant that one set of old racist laws were merely replaced by a new set of racist.
Exactly. This is what reform gets you, chat, every single time.
We see similar failures of reform when it comes to prisons. As prisoner numbers were rising in the 1990s,
Yeah, that's right, Shafiq. Yep.
electronic tagging was proposed as an alternative to imprisonment. However, in practice, electronic monitoring acts as an additional form of punishment, widening the carceral net while failing to reduce numbers of people in prison.
Warehousing people in prisons exacerbates social problems like poverty, unemployment and homelessness, while subjecting people to overcrowded conditions and solitary confinement. Despite the repeated failure of prisons to make positive changes in the lives of prisoners, the government continues to send more and more people to prison and to build more and more prison spaces.
This is the thing. You just do not get any positive impact on society from prisons whatsoever. If you're speaking to your friends who are libs, if you're speaking to your friends who are apolitical and don't quite understand it, but you could see them sort of like going down the left-wing route and they don't quite get prison abolition, there is no positive benefit to society. People get away with murder, right? Murders happen, yeah? They are not prevented. They are not prevented by the prison system. It doesn't stop anyone from doing anything, yeah? So they're completely ineffectual. The true problem is capitalism and the systems of hierarchy that uphold it.
The prison population has doubled since the early 1990s, with no effect on making communities safer. Yet the government is planning on expanding prisons by nearly 22,000 places.
Fucking Tories.
By building new
but
prisons
also
in
Labour,
Glasgow, Leicester and Wellingborough, and adding ever more beds to already existing overpopulated and inhumane prisons. Far from being singularly relevant to the US, the need to drastically reduce the scope and severity of the criminal justice system and instigate social and economic changes that render police and prisons obsolete emanates from the injustices of the British state.
Yep.
The past 200 years of trying to reform police and prisons have repeatedly failed. The same problems happen over and over, and reforms haven't made us safer. Reforms fail because they don't question the underlying logics or values of the system. Calls for more...
The reform happened at the dawn of capitalism in the 1800s, late 1700s, 1800s, where the mode of production changed and the relation between labour and production and the capitalist class changed, right? And that was heralded as a reform. Like, oh, we're going to make it different. We're going to make it better. We're going to, oh, it's definitely like how it works. So, you know, when you talk about people with like prison abolition and they say, oh, it's not given a chance. We've got modern prisons now. It's all this and the other. No, for 200 years, it's really not changed. It's really not changed. How is a prison cell in 2023 where the guy's got no electrical sockets, so you can't charge your phone, you can't have an electric alarm clock, you can't fucking you can't even have clippers to shave yourself or out like that? How is that any different than a prison cell in the 1800s, the early 1800s? It's not different at all. It's the same. It's exactly the same. Exactly the same.
Due process, body camera.
Maybe with less TB. But then again, if you got TB in a prison because you've not had your jabs or whatever, I'm pretty sure you'd fucking die of it anyway, wouldn't you? So probably, yeah, still the same if that was the case.
Further inquiries and other minor reforms serve to legitimise the existence of policing institutions, but will fail to alter their colonial, racist and punitive character. We need a different approach. Abolition offers us that approach.
Abolition is about defunding and dismantling these institutions at the same time as we build up alternative responses to harm.
These alternatives mean redirecting money away from the police and prisons and channeling resources into violence prevention and harm reduction work. It means properly supporting victims of violence, providing better healthcare and housing to everybody, and tackling social inequalities.
Yep.
Above all, abolition is about creating a society that cares for all. Abolition is about creating a society.
That is what it is, chat. I've been saying it. Many people are saying this. It's very important. It's very important, right? We are pretty much done. We just got this last one, which is the latest Prisoner Solidarity Network video. Please go and show some love to the Prisoner Solidarity Network. Go and subscribe to him on YouTube, like all the videos, give him a share, etc., etc., etc. Yeah. Let's check out this video about HMP Bristol.
Here we are outside Her Majesty's Prison, Bristol, which was opened in 1883. And it replaced the original Bristol prison, which was known as Newgate Prison, which was burnt to the ground by political protesters. Probably more so than many other prisons in the UK. This one in particular was used as a weapon of political repression against the working class and political activists, dating back to the early 19th century. Many of the suffragettes were held here in atrocious conditions. Those who went on hunger strike were force-fed. Some of them were murdered here. Conscientious objectors during the First World War were held here. They were held in solitary confinement and basically tortured. And then recently we have the Kill the Bill activists and protesters that are currently being held here still. So essentially these penal institutions exist to repress the working class and to imprison and break political activists. This is the original gate of Bristol Prison. This is the hell that they were brought into, and many of them didn't emerge from this. In 1986 and 1991, there were riots in this prison, and it almost shifted the balance of power to the favour of the prisoners. So there was a relatively liberal regime here at Bristol Prison compared to other penal institutions. I was here in the early 2000s. They had a lifers wing here, and I was held on there for 2 years. Back then it was a relatively liberal prison still, but that balance of power has now shifted again.
That's right, Shafiq. This is the true face of the British establishment. Yeah, absolutely. I just went a bit quiet there because I was just Googling Just Stop Oil, because I'm certain that Just Stop Oil protesters have been being held in HMP Bristol, relevant to what he was talking about. So I'm just having a quick look here. Dozens more people risk prison for literally upholding the law. There's a lot of text here, so I can't quite read through all this too quick. But yeah, they'll end up going somewhere like that, you know?
Back in favour of the guards and the system. So predictably and inevitably, conditions in this institution at the moment are terrible. The prison is currently in a state of lockdown. It was initially locked down during the COVID infection. And in these cells, or these are the cell windows, there are maybe 2 or 3 prisoners held in one cell. And within those walls and behind those windows, rage is festering. And that's why it remains in a position of lockdown. The staff are frightened, basically, that if they now unlock these cells or this prison, the rage and the anger will spill over onto the landings and this place will be made unmanageable.
He's right. That's what it is. That's the only reason that they've got them all in a sort of like less intense version of solitary confinement. You know what I mean? It's not quite solitary confinement, but they're only allowed out 1 hour a day if they're lucky. If they're lucky. Because they know that they've pushed them too far. They know that the system has pushed them too far. And there's more of them in there. There's more of them in there than there are of the guards. And they will win if they fucking, you know, decide to riot. It's one of those things. This is something that's waiting to happen, chat, by the way. This is the case in like every single prison that he's described so far. And apparently, I think I remember John telling us last year that it was the case for every single prison establishment in the UK. Like, every single one of them is on lockdown because the guards are terrified that if they let them out in the normal capacity of like whatever, that they'll just organize and overthrow the prison. Do you know what I mean? So it's only really a matter of time until something like that actually happens, to be honest. You know what I mean? It's literally a human pressure cooker. It's literally a human pressure cooker. And that's why they're brutalizing everybody. That's why they're trying to kill as many of them as they can with getting away, and getting away with it. They're trying to, force them to kill themselves in a lot of ways. Like, I'm pretty certain that that's something that they're doing, you know? Anyway.
These places should be abolished. They're not protecting the public. They're manufacturing enraged individuals.
He's right.
Who unfortunately then take that rage out on the wider community.
He's right.
This is an instrument of state repression. And we all of us, have an interest in shutting these places down, because while they continue to exist, we will never experience true or real freedom.
Yep.
We need to tear these walls down and cast these places into an historical dustbin. That's where they belong.
He's so based, chap. He's so based. He is so based. A tour of the British prison estate. We just watched that one, HMP Brixton, didn't we? Oh, that was the first one. Oh, wait, hang on. Is the one that we didn't watch? No, I don't think so. Okay, yeah, well, there you go. Trying to kill the hearts and minds where they can't get away with killing the bodies. It's true. 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 There you go, chat. Prisoner Solidarity Network, Prison Abolition. Well done. That was a horrible insight into what it's like in prison. And, you know, here's a reminder that that is what Sarah Jane Baker is going through right now. So please make sure you go support Sarah Jane Baker in any way you can, because while we do genuinely believe that nobody belongs in a prison, certainly Sarah doesn't, of all people, especially a men's prison. Vile, just absolutely fucking vile. The situation is disgusting. Please, 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 please send her an email of support. 2 lines or something like that. That's all it's going to take. Chat, I'm going to real quick be right back and use the bathroom, but don't go nowhere. Use this time to take your meds if you've forgotten, stretch your legs, use the toilet if you need to, have something to eat, etc., etc., etc. Don't worry, we've got some candy for you when we come back. So, some actually enjoyable content that is going to be interesting. So, stay tuned. Back in a tick. Hey, man, I need dinner. I haven't had tea yet. That's the problem with good streams. You forget to do other stuff. Go get your food, man. Go get your food. You know, don't not eat just because you're enjoying yourself here. Like you could eat food and enjoy the stream. This is something I'm always doing. I'm always getting food and enjoying streams. Right, okay, so, where are we up to? Chat, we're going to watch some Atrocity Guide. So, I have absolutely no idea who this person is, but Jardia Moon, the wonderful woman who did the music for The remixes of the Susumu Hirasawa tunes from Berserk for my latest YouTube video. She was talking about this on Blue Sky, and I've never heard of this person, Lilia. And the description says, in 2001, a peculiar individual who's capable of fascinating feats of creativity was discovered by the Something Awful forums. What follows is the story of Nick Smith, aka Lilia. So we're gonna check this out now. It will sound like one of these sort of like I guess what would you call it? It's gonna sound like, I think, like a Chris Chan kind of deal, but it's not like that. I've been told that this has like a good happy ending, and this is a story of like how to not treat someone like shit and make, you know what I mean, just really, really bully someone because you don't quite understand them. And sorry, Chris, I think I should say Christine Chan, by the way, because Chris Chan is like sort of a, I don't know, kind of a dead name situation, I think. I don't know. But anyway, Shafiq says needs to head off and out to a brain meet. No worries, Shafiq. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate that. Really appreciate that. Layum, hello. I spent the last 2 weeks reading all I could on prison abolition. Wow, interesting. Prisons are also causes of terrible violence and assault inside their walls, as well as being universally racist, ableist, and xenophobic institutions. Oh yeah, we just heard all about that. Yeah, we just heard all about that. Thank you for being here, Shafiq, and thank you for modding. Appreciate you. All right, so we're gonna check out this. This is how am I spelling this? 1L Ulilia. Oh my god. Okay. So I think there's gonna be like some bullying in here, like maybe some ableism. So if that's not your bag tonight, chat, you know. Make sure you tune out. Be kind to yourself. And all that kind of stuff. But I think that's pretty much it, and I think we can kick off with this. Go support Atrocity Guide. I mean, they're a huge channel. Like, I'm sure they don't need any like support from us in the chat, and they're not really necessarily leftist political stuff. But you know, we are going to be watching their content, and they're not terrible people. So make sure, you know, you go show them some love. That command has just stopped working for no reason. I'm trying to change like I'll do it all manually. It's fine, but like I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? Honestly. Okay, let's check out this video. See what it's saying. What's this? Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act. Copyright disclaimer under Section 1 of the Copyright Act. Fair use. Oh, okay. Yeah. The intent of this video is not to inform, not to encourage harassment of any individuals mentioned. Please be respectful. Yeah.
The internet is full of unique people who have put their personality on display for potentially millions of spectators. Some are celebrated, some are mocked and even hated. Some have a certain wholesome charm that make them unique. Some have experienced the whole spectrum of public opinion. But one individual who rose to internet fame in the early 2010s serves as an example where the initial exposure was so peculiar that many didn't know how to interpret it.
But there's another unusual thing. You're probably wondering, what is this here all about? This seems a bit odd.
But as the internet grew to know this person, his creativity and outsider thinking, what was once mocked began to be respected, admired, and even considered inspirational.
Hell yeah.
Originally, I had the range spaced 1/8 of a scaling unit, all the way out to 2 scaling units, which is about where this tree right here is, approximately, give or take a little bit.
This is the story of Nick Smith, also known as Alalilia.
Olalilia, that's how you say it.
Seems rather on the unusual side.
The story of Alalilia began in the early 2000s, when the satirical site Something Awful was one of the most popular online forums, serving as the breeding ground for some of the internet's earliest memes and inside jokes. Often, forum members would discover an obscure website deep within the internet, which might include potentially bizarre or comedic content, and these forums would discuss and analyze them in the irreverent way they became known for. In December 2001, a thread popped up centered around a troubled high school student who went by the unique name of Lilia, although his real name was Nick. His website, an early internet angel fire blog, not unlike what many similarly aged kids of the early 2000s were creating, featured the writings of an alienated young man who was clearly retreating into his own fantasy reality in order to cope with problems of fitting in.
Damn.
I'm currently in 11th grade, his About Me section read. I have over 60 bullies and no friends.
Oh shit,
These
dude.
bullies actually give me some valuable rewards. I have a massive defense value that is more than 50% above average. I've taken so much damage and recovered so often that my defense raised in exchange to being more resistant.
Oh, I know this shit so much, like the real world being like so vile and horrible that you just like you think of it in terms of like video games to be able to handle it better. Yeah.
I absorb insults. All insults have a positive effect on me. The worse the insult, the better the effect. The Something Awful forums had their own particular code of conduct that some may have seen as chaotic, and many of the initial responses to Nick were that of ridicule. Posters mocked him. Some even spammed his guest book with obscene pictures.
That's fucked.
However, as more of Ella Lilia's webpage was brought into the discussion, the tone pivoted. What this individual lacked in the ability to connect with people his own age, he was clearly able to replace with incredible quantitative reasoning, imagination, and creativity. In a page titled My Color System, Nick provided an in-depth explanation of how he saw colors in hexadecimal format, factoring in luminosity and distance, even how to adjust for environmental factors such as fog, complete with animated examples Nick made himself.
What the fuck?
An
That's
overview
incredible.
for something Nick dubbed his status system was laid out on a different page. Using his proclivity for
Steph, it's this one person from the, you know, from like the early sort of like internet popular YouTuber kind of era, 2010, who just like is extremely intelligent but was clearly getting like very, very bullied and unable to like fit into you know, fit into society at school and shit like that, you know? Interesting
in
stuff.
his interest in video game character statistics, Nick had found a way to break down each attribute in his life he wished to improve upon, be it short story writing, his reading comprehension for the novels he was assigned in class, to even doing the dishes, in mathematical formulas which he used to measure progress. Everything he did would grant him experience points, as if he were a role-playing game character leveling up in a variety of skills.
Damn.
Nick had essentially figured out a way to gamify his life.
Yeah, he's gamified his life.
On another page, Nick detailed something called his mind game, which was an ongoing open-world experience he played purely in his imagination. Illustrations of all of its menus, character parties, and controls were provided. And according to this write-up on Forces of Geek, his tendency to slip into his mind game at unpredictable points throughout the day is why he chose to postpone obtaining his driver's license.
Whoa. Uli says he doesn't play games as much as he used to, but there is one exception, his mind game. It's a game he plays in his imagination with graphics beyond any real game and the freedom to go virtually anywhere. Uli has used it to visit favorite places from his childhood as well as places he's never been. A primary mode of transportation in the game is flying and reaching the greatest height possible, similar to how he exploits real games. His frequent mental drifts into the game are his primary reason for not getting a license. He sees his unfocused attention as a hazard to other drivers. Oh my god.
A dream journal, organized into categories and often accompanied by Nick's own animations, was listed on another page, along with some calculus to explain the dream physics.
This is like a real. Obviously, it's real. This is like a real thing that I've heard described in other ways. Like people would say that they could do this with like Hogwarts. What is it called? Shifting. So people would be like, I'm shifting, I'm going to go to Hogwarts and shit. And like, it's something that I think that was appropriated from people who do have like, what do they call it? It's like, I don't know if it's dissociative identity disorder, DID, it might be related. I'm not sure, but it sounds like kind of like that. I'm not an expert on this stuff, so I've got no fucking idea. But yeah, we're here to learn, right?
Numeric representations of what he called the fun factor and scary factor of each dream. Nick had even begun making a video game based on his dreams, a 2D physics-based platformer called the Supernatural Olympics.
Dissociation.
This is 800 mile an hour. And if you think this is fast, which you can't.
Well, dissociation is not necessarily like going into a video game. Dissociation is just kind of like going into a blank sort of thinking state. Do you know what I mean? Where you're not actually sort of like there. You're there, but you're not there. I don't know. It's related, right? I don't know.
Go any faster.
But it's not quite like having very vivid video games in your mind, right? It's not always going to be that. It's definitely not that for me. I dissociate quite a lot.
Teleport. 9,000 mile an hour.
There was no denying Nick was exceptional, although the unique way his mind worked didn't come without its disadvantages.
Right.
He'd restricted his diet to a handful of unhealthy foods, such as cheese pizza.
Really expansive in a world,
He had a self-admittedly irrational fear of blue water, due to its causing death for many of the early video game characters of Nick's childhood. And this was far from being his only irrational phobia. His fear of mirrors led him to make this diagram of a department store, color-coded with danger areas where walking through the sightline of a mirror couldn't be avoided, outlining a strategic path Nick would take in order to pick up the items he needed.
Damn, I wonder why he was scared of mirrors.
6-letter words beginning with the letter P, such as person, gave Nick feelings of unease, and he would often scratch them out of his school papers. While some members were inclined to suggest traditional help, family intervention, therapy, and medication, others argued this would destroy his creative spark, and what he truly needed was nurturing and direction. Many wanted to reach out to Nick, and some even began emailing him, but they were urged to stop by others as it wasn't known whether such attention would be helpful or hurtful. One user summed up the entirety of the discussion by writing the following. It's been fascinating watching the mood of this thread go from scorn and ridicule to stark fear and bewilderment, to a cautious empathy, to outright sympathy, and now to righteous guardianship. The safest course of action, many agreed, was to simply observe Nick, to interfere as little as possible and see what he did with his creative energy. And over the years, they witnessed Ella Lilia go on to make some of the most unique artistic creations the internet has ever seen.
Amazing. Amazing. This sounds like a great story, chap.
While you were away, I took note of your walking and I noticed you have about a 1-inch bounce.
I have a 1-inch bounce?
Yeah, every step you make, your head goes up and down about 1 inch.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Neutral.
It wasn't long after the initial Something Awful thread that Nick's YouTube channel was discovered. Luckily for those who were interested, the channel provided a very thorough documentation of his day-to-day life, which he lived alongside his parents and sister in the small town of Minot, North Dakota. It included projects he was working on.
If you look closely, you can see the trees here, although they kind of blend in with the Kevrin Mountains fairly well. But to get the best view, up's a daisy.
And how he spent his leisure time.
I'm having fun gathering orbs to the infinite.
One could get a complete picture of Ella Lilia if they were willing to spend time watching. Although his website had already provided evidence that Nick's imagination and ability to channel his focus could produce some interesting projects, what this website had failed to mention was that in 2000, he'd written a novel.
I'll be at the Twin Cities Book Festival offering my book, The Legend of the 10 Elemental Masters, for sale. $15 per normal copy, $18 per autographed copy.
Chat, what's the betting that we played one of this guy's games on Trash? And I just wasn't able to see like the genius of it, and I was like, this is garbage, I'm not even having fun, fuck this shit.
The story is based on what Nick described on his website as the 10 elements, along with a chart describing how each element either strengthened or weakened the other. His prose, uniquely his own, reflects the way Nick's mind operates, assigning numeric values to nearly every detail, characters given height and weight descriptions to the decimal point, colors represented in hexadecimal format. Ivan is a 14 to 30-year-old 8th grade student who is a sports enthusiast with an above-average muscle mass. He is a 152-pound Native American, 70 inches tall. He wears short white socks, medium-priced, fairly old running shoes, an orange cotton t-shirt, and dark blue-violet elastic silk capris. The capris have holes 1/16 inch in diameter, forming equilateral triangles spaced 1/4 inch apart. Unlike many of Nick's creations, reader confusion was unacceptable, and so he'd created visuals to accompany the text. But perhaps what caught the majority of attention—
Absolutely no digression from the author's work. I respect it.
—was that Nick had continued making video games. Years after the release of the Supernatural Olympics, Nick set out to expand his original game to create a fully playable representation of his mind.
This is actually really
which
good.
He called Platform Masters. The coding, self-taught as it is, leaves no detail unpolished. As the character moves, Nick's use of parallax scrolling maintains a realistic perspective to the trees in both—
It's actually really good, the parallax.
The purpose of the game was to land on the goal platform before the time ran out, with enemies and collectibles along
Get one of his
the way.
games to play on
But
stream.
What makes this game unique was the nearly limitless freedoms which the game granted the player, most notably the
While I respect, how smart this guy clearly is, they don't look enjoyable.
height in which characters could jump.
Easily see the Earth curvature.
I would. This is why I'm saying, like, if the betting that I have like played one of his games on stream, like on trash, and just gone, this sucks, is based on like what I'm seeing. Like, if I've like played this and there's like all this information and shit, that's gonna fuck me up, and I'm just gonna be like, no, I'm not playing this, and I will just have moved on. Honestly.
Going on, and the stars should easily be visible.
With over 300 levels and many beautifully rendered worlds, this game was to be—
It's fucking
Nick's
incredible.
focus. Unfortunately, Nick's focus was not as singular as one might hope. As evident in many of his uploads, his affinity for spending countless hours playing video games with the sole intent of uncovering bugs and glitches often ate up large amounts of his free time. This addiction was so rampant that Nick's obsession with one video game in particular, Bubsy 3D, a mid-90s PlayStation 1 platformer in which he spent 500 hours in level 2 alone, was what he began to be known for.
These are some secrets on the second level of Bubsy 3D. I know this game extremely well. Did you know that even this isn't the highest possible place you can stand on in this level?
What the fuck?
Years passed, and although Nick continuously posted progress reports on Platform Masters, many began to worry that he may never release it. Otherwise, Nick seemed to be doing alright. Although his personality quirks were still on full display, he'd managed to find workarounds to some of his more harmful lifestyle habits. Using his typical mathematical approach to self-improvement, Nick shed 80 pounds of body weight by simply degreasing his pizza, as shown in this tutorial posted to his channel.
Yeah, degrease that pizza.
Fat is 9 calories.
Right, my dad used to do this with curries. So like if he got like a takeaway curry or something, and like I don't know if you've ever like got an Indian style curry and like seen like the ghee on top, like it sort of like settles on top of the— oh, my mouth's watering just thinking about it, chat. This is so bad. It's incredibly bad. The ghee settles on the top, and he would get like a bunch of paper towels and like soak it, like fucking just soak it, and you would have like these clumps of paper towels with fat, and he's like, there's a load of fat I'm not having. So yeah, it's pretty smart.
Each gram of carbohydrates is 4, protein is also 4. However, one thing to note is that when food is very warm, fat tends to be a liquid, and thus you can use paper towels to soak it up.
By the early 2010s, Ella Lilia had become a full-blown internet celebrity, with many popular forums actively following him. Articles about Ella Lilia were being published on pop culture websites. The Something Awful forums, who'd been keeping up with him all these years, decided to reach out to Nick to see if he'd be willing to do an Ask Me Anything. Now that Nick was an adult in his mid-20s, there wasn't much resistance to the idea, and many had been curious to get a deeper insight into his unusual thought processes. One of the first questions centered around Nick's music preferences. For years, he'd been listening to only a handful of songs, mostly video game soundtracks, but had chosen to make different variations of the songs by increasing and decreasing the beats per minute. He claimed this was for variety, so he could get 20 different songs out of one. Someone asked if he had any friends, either online or in his home life. He answered in classic Nick fashion, defining friendship as those who coexist somewhere on the compatibility scale, with 6.25 to 25 being an acquaintance, and 100 to 400 being a best friend. He's only had
My man invented nightcore and daycore.
people in his life to ever reach best friend status. When asked
pretty good,
about
Crystal.
the unique name of Alla Lilia, he responded that he'd chosen it because it contains the word ill twice, and he considered himself to be mentally ill.
Oh.
Many just wanted to offer encouragement and to let him know they couldn't wait to play his game when it was released. But as the years continued, a release date for Platform Master seemed as far away as ever. Nick was a perfectionist, constantly improving things about the game, reworking graphics, expanding levels.
Carnivalista's redesign is now complete, and wow, is it way more detailed than it has ever been before.
And being a one-man production team for a technically impressive game with over 300 levels and no budget whatsoever, even an estimated release date seemed like too much to ask.
Right.
And in 2011, these fears were compounded when tragedy struck Nick, his family, and his hometown of Minot, North Dakota.
Oh shit. Oh no, got flooded?
This morning, the center of Minot, North Dakota is filling up with water. And over the next week, that city of 41,000 people expects its worst flooding in history.
The flooding of Nick's hometown caused the relocation of...
Damn. Chat, climate change, stuff like climate change, it's been going on, you know, the negative effects of climate change has been going on for like a lot longer than I think we give notice to, you know. Like, you know, when was this, in 2014 or something? 2015 or whatever? And he's like, oh yeah, this is the worst flooding that's ever happened. Ever, you know?
Of over a quarter of the city's population. Madness. Streets had to be navigated by boat. The National Guard came to assist with evacuation, and the city's infrastructure, businesses, and private properties saw more than $1 billion in damages. But the timing for Alla Lilia couldn't have been more unusual, as this was when a film crew had traveled from New York in order to make a documentary about his internet celebrity. The film was to be produced by a group of 3 filmmakers who formed the company Everything Works. Over the course of 6 weeks, they followed and interviewed Nick and his family, as well as the citizens of Minot, gathering footage for the film. Early the following year, they released this trailer.
Hi, I'm Nick Smith, aka Alla Lilia. Welcome to Minot, North Dakota.
That's right, Layla. What is this music? It's the best music in the entire world. Are you joking?
The excitement for this upcoming documentary was substantial, and perhaps the pressure to release something worthy of the attention it had been getting overwhelmed and stalled the team of filmmakers. Time passed with the documentary still in editing limbo and its supporters growing increasingly restless. Finally, in April of 2013, Everything Works producer Trevor Dewin released a statement on his blog explaining the delay. Apparently, they had toured a draft of the film to various unnamed festivals where it was poorly received. With their confidence shaken, the team decided to begin a complete re-edit of the film. Nick would never release his game until it was good enough to meet his high standards and attention to detail, Trevor explained, and I refuse to betray our honor, Nick's legacy, or the audience that has waited anxiously. You deserve a great and interesting documentary about Nick, and you are going to get that. Although many understood the missteps of inexperienced filmmakers and agreed that a delayed film was better than a bad film, the lack of updates following this statement left fans of Alolilia with waning hope.
Really, MB?
Many
Oh, that
attempted
sucks.
to reach out to the filmmakers, even offering to buy the raw footage in order to edit it themselves. But with over 6 years since the last communication from the filmmakers, coupled with the fact that Everything Works seems to have disbanded, the intimate glimpse into the life of Nick Smith may tragically never surface. Due to Nick's diminished online presence, his internet celebrity has faded in recent years.
Yeah, Naruto Run!
To enjoy interacting with the fans and friends he's made throughout his time in the internet limelight. In September of 2016, a YouTube channel called Alex Yard and Knuckles appeared, featuring interview footage of Nick speaking about his new job, moving out of his hometown of Minot, as well as some classic Nick topics such as his dreams.
My dreams are kind of foretelling the future, such as airline flights. I would have never thought I'd do that back then. Or that I'd go swimming in very clear, very blue water, which is something I'm so wanting to do these days.
He still writes fiction and released his second novel, The Secret in the Basement, in 2015. Although we still haven't seen a finished version of Platform Masters, the video game he's been working on for over a decade, it seems he's still fine-tuning it to his version of perfection, and perhaps one day he'll be ready to release it to the world.
It's because everything's going by at 192 miles an hour. Of course, this isn't the only world with this kind of traffic either.
At 35 years old, it's likely that Nick still has much more to show the world.
Yep,
and although the
defo.
glimpse into his life he's allowed us to see shows a mind fraught with challenges, it also shows a peculiar...
He looks like he's got like fatigue. Like one of the things, I don't know if you can, you probably can't see it on the, yeah, you can definitely see it on the stream. It's like, you can see like just how bad the bags under my eyes were getting while I had fatigue. Like specifically right there. They're so much better now. They're kind of like fade into a more like purple color, like right in the center. But they were like red. They were like red during the worst parts of my fatigue. It was completely fucked. Air travel dreams are prophetic. No, like for him, because he never thought he'd get on a plane or whatever, or he never thought he'd swim in blue water, but he wants to swim in blue water because of his fear of from video games, right?
Yet at times inspirational individual.
B-Rat!
From his artistic
How you doing?
creations, his analytical and mathematical modes of thinking, his approach to self
Genetic or constantly tired or both. It's going to be constantly tired for sure.
Alolilia has cemented
Because I have that in my quote unquote normal, not fatigue day-to-day existence. Like I've had dark circles under my eyes for like a long time. Like my mom would always comment on them. And that's because of capitalism, right? You got to wake up, you got to grind. Do you know what I mean? You got to put the work in, you got to do stuff, you know?
as one of the most fascinating characters the internet has ever seen.
He's done it, he's swimming.
Kills you. Or at least that's what it would have said 21 years ago. I wouldn't have even touched a rain puddle of all things.
Yeah, get it.
Here I am, sunk in up to my neck in it, and it's about as blue as it can ever get. How blue? I'll dunk the camera under and show you.
Hell yeah. Oh, that was nice. That was nice. A great example of like when you don't bully someone because they're different and just see the world differently and shit like that, how they can like end up being, you know, having a nice life. You know? It's the cruelty in the world that you know, makes people fucked up and do fucked up shit. And that was a nice story. That was a nice story. I think I got a little bit left of stream in me, chat. So let's take a look at what we got. Let's take a look at what we got. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? If I go to my watch later, check out what we got. Charles Martinet is retired from voicing Mario? No way. No way, chat. Let's check out like a mostly short one. Oh shit. I don't know if I want to watch like this tonight or tomorrow. But More Perfect Union just released a video like 19 minutes ago. I bet it's not even HD. We'll watch that tomorrow, chat. We'll watch that tomorrow. Safe to watch later. Yeah, we'll check that out tomorrow. Speaking of watch later, let's check out my watch later. Cruelty comes from a society based on hierarchy. That's right. That's right. That's right. It's really nice to see that and to link back to prison. Many people are in prison just for being like Eula Lilia. Yes, correct. Correct. It's no good. No good. You know what, chat? Let's watch some Vadim. It's been a while since I watched some Hey It's Vadim
live from the
on the show, on the channel, on the stream. We learned last week about Tim Pool's Doomsday Buckets. So get ready for a bit of that. I don't even know if I'm going to go into the political category, politics category on Twitch for this, because I just think it's just fucking silly. It's a video from Vadim, and he's talking about Tim Pool's food buckets that he's trying to scam people because of like survival or whatever. I don't fucking know. We're gonna learn about it. Tim Pool's buckets of meat. No, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that. It makes him sound cooler than he is. Tim Pool's meat bucket, you know. I don't know if there's any content warnings for this, so I'm just gonna, I don't know, we'll go with it. Viewer discretion is advised, chat. Let's check this video out. Let's check out what he's on about.
It's the first annual Creationist Cat Coronavirus Spectacular.
Oh shit, was this when he was still calling himself Creationist Cat? Incredible.
Brought to you by Surfshark VPN. Hey, it's Corona time. Hope I don't lose subscribers for this Corona time. I'm as scared as you are of it. I really mean, man. Hope they make a vaccine and destroy this virus soon. That's freaking right. I'll be your host, along with our very special guests, the Surfs, ContraPoints and H Bomber Guy, Anita Sarkeesian, Cal Kuchesta, Shark out of a cod, Cameron, the scheming little Jew man.
Yeah, this is old as shit.
The California Raisins, Dwayne, Maya Bionic, Rowdy Roddy Piper, Mr. Sprinkles a water skiing squirrel, Creepy Robot Mouth Thing.
Oh my god.
Christy Winters and Vosh.
Oh no. Oh no.
Bernie Sanders.
That's how old this is, chat.
Tom Hanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're temporarily experiencing difficulties. Please stand by.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna have all those people in it.
And we're back. And well, I'm kind of sorry to say that the Creationist Cat Coronavirus Spectacular will be
Did they throw a fish at Sargon? It's like a legit thing that happened. Almost the bingo, just missed the amazing atheist and shoe on head.
Spectacular than previously expected. We're currently under quarantine.
Yeah, it's a legit thing that happened, Romild, yeah.
Every single one of our guests has unfortunately canceled, and I deeply regret to inform you that Mr. Sprinkles, the water skiing squirrel, is no longer with us. Not from COVID-19, though. He tragically choked to death while trying to hoard toilet paper. But do not despair. We do have a simply fantabulous panel with us today, featuring Cortez, Little Jesus, the Kitty Crow, and Vadim. Why do I get a fart noise and everybody else gets like a badass boom?
Shut up, bitch!
Okay, Panda. Y'all ready for this?
Oh,
yeah!
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, well, Cece, I'm actually...
That little kitty in the ski boot is the cutest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. I'm going to go and see a kitty tomorrow, chat. Oh, by the way, you know what I should say? Is this thing on? Chat! Streaming is my full-time job. Please, please, please consider paying for the stream. If you have enjoyed yourself, if you've laughed, if you've learned something, if you think what I'm doing is good, if my stream has somehow brought you fulfillment, or you think that I'm fulfilling people somehow, somewhere, or you just want to see me succeed, please consider subbing off Twitch. I would ask you to, if you are financially capable, please consider making the same amount of money of a donation that you would by subscribing on the platform Twitch itself, but it means that 100% of the money goes directly to me if you use the sub off Twitch command that is in the chat and donate directly to my PayPal. It means, like I say, that 100% of the money goes to me, and it also means that you are not giving 50% of your money to Twitch, which is a terrible website for looking after marginalized creators and small creators, all in all. So yeah, please, please, please consider paying for the stream. It's been a bad month, as I'm sure you can see. So yeah, any and all donations are very, very, very much appreciated right now, chat. We've unlocked double feature movie night, and that has that's been unlocked. So the movie night command will show it thusly. There you go. Dungeons and Dragons 2000 and Dungeons and Dragons Honor Among Thieves. That's what we're going to be watching this Saturday night. This Saturday night in the Discord. So if you're not already in the Discord, please go and join the Discord. That would be awesome. And if we get to £600 before the end of the month, because I'm bringing down the dono goal. I know it says £900, but I'm bringing it right down to about here. It's about here to like 600, because yeah, I know it's a bad month for a lot of people. So yeah. Hopefully, we can get the Gnome DJ stream unlocked if we get to 600 before the end of the month. So think about that. Me dressed as a gnome, playing some drum and bass on some DJ decks. So that's that. Anyway, there's the spiel done. It's done. It's done. It's over. All right.
Really excited about this show. We're going to be talking about some seriously weird right-wing chud corona takes, lots of COVID conspiracy theories.
Okay, so COVID stuff.
5 of us went to the Milky Way galaxy, and I asked to be put in the part of the Space Navy that watched over Earth.
Warning, that one gets seriously disgusting.
We're gonna take a couple of drops for each nostril.
Oh, is this guy that put bleach?
Just like this.
Oh!
And you're gonna lay here for a while.
Oscar Do, how's it going? That guy literally just put bleach right up his nose. Right up his nose. Fuck me. And he's like, yeah, just stay here. Let it settle right into your brain, man. Just let it go like, and just soak into your brain.
Burn a little bit.
Well, I've been looking into cosmetic alternatives to remove the upside-down Hitler stash that I have on my nose. Maybe coronavirus-killing nasal droplets are the way to go. Okay, well, CC, right off the bat, I don't think this is actually too hard to believe, but there's already coronavirus quarantine porn. And there's a lot of it, too.
Oh my God.
That was one of my main concerns about the pandemic. Yeah, and I've already binged practically everything on Netflix.
All right, well,
the bleach explains his color palette.
Risky public sex in Italy during the quarantine. Fuck the rules. Fuck coronavirus.
What?
It's got the lead singer of Korn in it, too.
I'm legitimately going to check that out. I'm actually legitimately going to check that out after the stream.
Coronavirus outbreak, Operation Sperm Collection.
Well, if they don't have enough ventilators, might as well start stockpiling sperm.
And finally, big ass mother on coronavirus lockdown. Fox her son.
Okay.
I think I might throw up. Hey, let's watch that one.
Well, all right. If you say so, little Jesus.
I predict this will be a mistake. Oh God, why does it always have to be incest porn?
Nah, don't worry, you know, it might be educational.
Well, this is definitely not how I like my porn to start.
Well, speak for yourself, man. See? It's already educational.
Oh my God, how... I don't know about you, chat, but like...
See?
I was glued to this for like a solid 3 months during lockdown. I was absolutely glued to it. Oh my God, when the UK had 85 confirmed cases. I remember that day. I remember those days, Christ alive. And, you know, we stupidly thought, oh yeah, there's definitely no way that the UK is ever going to get that bad. And I remember always thinking about this in Russia. You know, in Russia, they had this like tiny, tiny, tiny dot, but they're right next to China. And I was like, they're not testing. They're not testing anyone in Russia. They're just lying about all of it. They're literally just like, yeah, whatever, man. Like, there's no coronavirus here. You know, Russian people are super strong. Like, they got their like superior genes. You know what I mean? We deal with the COVID, no problem. No problem. The John Hopkins University, what do you call it? Thingy. And I remember seeing that like deaths number like climbing up, and I was like, oh my God. I remember thinking if the pattern continues in the US, more people are going to die from COVID than any other cause this year, but they'll do something to stop that, right? Right? Wrong!
It's already educational.
Yeah, this will blow over in a few months. Nothing to worry about. Well, I actually genuinely didn't think that. I thought that this was it. I thought that like this was legit it. Thank you for subscribing to my YouTube. Still don't know why those alerts happen. Streamlabs, what's going on, dude? Why do those alerts happen? Anyway, thanks for subscribing to the YouTube channel. I remember those early days. Got me finally dropped Facebook because of all the folks saying it was just the flu. Yes, same. Tired brain anime nonsense in my dono message. Feel free to ignore. Wait, did you? Oh.
ACAB backwards is Baka.
Awesome, thank you so much for the 1312. Thank you so much for supporting the stream as much as you do. Really, really appreciate that. Wait, hang on. Did that say Awesome? Because it's Catgirl Steph now. This is bullshit. Wait, did it actually say Awesome? I don't even know. I can't remember. ADHD brain. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 1312, Steph. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much for supporting as much as you do. You are amazing. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Thank you.
When's this gonna be over?
Son, I have no clue.
What if something happens and then, you know, like I never had a chance to do anything because I'm because...
Is my son a virgin?
Okay, I don't want to get kicked off of YouTube, and that's disgusting.
Yeah, man, totally gross. The only way I'd do my mom is if we were both in heat.
Well, who knows how that ends? Maybe they just...
Yeah, cats like fucking their mums. It's true.
Just wash their hands a lot.
Yeah, or maybe they wear hazmat suits.
Okay, well, just so everybody knows, the Irish Minister of Health has issued a warning that in the age of coronavirus, orgies are probably a bad idea.
Aw, no way, dude. My orgy club is gonna be totally bummed out.
And next, Dave Rubin's favorite news center white nationalist rapper.
Trying to do math, I'ma shout in your ear, random numbers, and fart in your beer.
I never get tired of...
What the fuck is that?
Yep. Stephen Molyneux tweeted, the real virus...
remember these, chat? Remember these, chat?
Virus is just how it spreads.
Well, that's the shittiest haiku I've ever heard in my life.
What the fuck does it mean, though?
Well, I think he's talking about all that free stuff all those libtards are trying to get out of it. You know, like debt relief to prevent nationwide homelessness and adequate health care so that everyone doesn't die.
He might have a point, though. Das Kapital does include this picture of Karl Marx.
It's true.
I don't really think that making sure everyone is provided for so the world doesn't go to hell during a pandemic is communism. And if it is, I guess sign me up.
True.
I was looking for that stereo. Thank you, I guess.
Well, speaking of communism, it's time for
Capitalism!
Oh my god.
And today, our capitalism is
Surfshark VPN!
Oh my god, wait. What happened with Surfshark? Wasn't it like Surfshark controversy? What was the This marks the latest development in the year-long controversy surrounding several VPN companies, including Surfshark, that have removed their Indian servers, pledging non-compliance with CRT indirections. Wait, what? What is that? What's CERT? They just never-ending sale going all the time with the countdown clock. Wait, what? Ditch Surfshark now, worst VPN ever. Why did people do that? Does anyone remember? It was this YouTuber Tomscar has yet another violent Surfshark advert banned by advertising standards watchdog. Wait, what? He tasked himself with producing the edgiest advert for Surfshark VPN in a bid to lose the brand partnership, and ended up falling foul of the UK's advertising standards watchdog instead. What? That is fucking funny as fuck, man. Okay, well, I don't know much about that, but I know that there was something bad about Surfshark. But anyway, we're gonna skip that.
Preparing for some kind of, disaster.
I have to say, it could not be more obvious that Tim is ashamed of this.
Oh, come on.
I have to.
Whoa. Whoa.
Where I said you.
So Tim Pool is selling doomsday prepper buckets now.
How many videos have I made where I said you seriously need to consider taking care of yourself and never let...
Dude, how like, all this, like, this is so funny. Hang on a minute. Is this legitimately, like, what's on his website? This, like, goofy-ass picture of him? This can't be right, chat. My Patriot Supply. My Patriot Supply. Prepare with Tim Pool. It can't be right. Sorry, this campaign is not available in your location. Shut up, man. Tim Pool. It doesn't even come up. It doesn't even come up with anything when you Google Tim Pool on this website. Chat, this website is so bad, by the way. It feels so bad. Ultimate solar power and cooking emergency food kit. Only $523. What the fuck, man? What the fuck? Is this going to show any of my personal details? I just got to have a quick look at this. There is absolutely no way this stuff works. There's absolutely no way. This shit is definitely all fucked. If they're charging $500 for it. That was another thing in those early days. I'd seen the writing on the wall a little bit. I fully had a month's more worth of frozen shelf-stable food going into lockdown. Kind of needed it too. So... this time, when there's a next time, you'll be prepared. Oh my god. I found Tim on the site. He changed the goofy picture. I was going to say, like, that's the worst picture of all time. I forget if you dislike links in chat, though. No, you can put links in chat. It's fine. A solid food storage plan. Look at all the food you get. Mac and cheese, a small, tiny bowl. Chat, I bet these are ramekins. Look at that. It's not even the size. Home-style potato soup. It's not even the size of that onion. Thanks, Husker. It's still a bit goofy. He's got the Volcom beanie on. He never takes it off. He never takes it off. Wait, what? Make sure you're not lacking in the essentials you must have for survival in times like these. Click these buttons to see food, water. They're selling people water now? No way. Chat, all these like little meals that they're like, look how many meals you can get, right? These are like tiny ramekin bowls. These are like tiny sauce bowls. Look, you can even see the fork for scale there. You have to be joking me. You have to be joking me. The fork is like bigger than the bowl. It's big. They put all these things around it for scale and it just makes it look tiny. It makes it look so small. That's beef stroganoff? Creamy stroganoff mac and cheese? Oh, that mac and cheese just looks like macaroni. Oh, that mac and cheese just looks like macaroni, chat. Where's the cheese? That's just macaroni and butter. That's actually what that is. It's just butter and macaroni, no seasoning. Hey Vod, how you doing? Welcome in. They made no claim of beef. This is very, very dry. Very, very, very dry. Cheesy broccoli soup. Again, a tiny bowl. Chili mac. Oh, that looks so unappetizing. That looks so unappetizing. Do you know what I like, chat? When I get a mac and cheese, what I think is, I would like it to feel like I'm eating mac and cheese with a bunch of sand on it. That's what I go for mostly when I get my mac and cheese. Creamy Alfredo pasta. Okay, this looks like maybe the biggest meal that exists in there. Possibly. But again, like, what would they think? Like, this really just must be how stupid some people are, because the scale of these images is like, these are definitely very, very small ramekins that these are in. Like, they're just in tiny little pots. Southwest rice. Again, a tiny pot. Creamy chicken flavored rice. What? Creamy chicken flavored rice. What, you mean like a soup, a risotto? What are you on about? These are like made up. These are like made up. Long grain white rice. Just white rice. Is there a way we could check the ingredients for some of these? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we could do that. We could do that. Like, they legit were like, look at this great meal you can have. Look at this meal. It's just rice. You get 30 meals and like 3 of them are just like pasta on their own, like dry ass pasta, like just. Oh my god, mushroom rice pilaf. Buttermilk pancake mix. Yeah, but how are you gonna cook like that? Where are you getting the strawberries from? Maple Grove oatmeal. Yeah, do you get, are the apples included? Strawberry flavored creamy wheat. Pardon? That Vic Berger video of Jim Backer's food buckets lives rent-free in my head. Is there like... Can you watch that quickly and see if we can watch that on stream? Orange energy drink mix. Chocolate pudding. Banana chips. Alexa Pure Pro water filtration system. From virtually any freshwater source. Okay. It gets rid of heavy metals, but it doesn't say what the percentage of it that it gets rid of is. Yeah. It filters heavy metals. Some heavy metals. Okay. Wireless solar power bank, charger, and 20 LED room light by Ready Hour. I mean, maybe that could be good. I don't know. Power and light you could depend on. The Ready hour wireless solar power bank charger, whatever. Got to love an orange energy drink mix that doesn't clarify whether it's talking about the fruit, the flavor, or the color. Yeah, it's just orange. Orange. One of a kind power bank means more power. They're really trying to sell this power bank. They're really trying to sell this power bank. My God. Inferno Pro Outdoor Biomass Stove. What does that mean? What is that? What does that actually mean? The solar panels are too small to be very useful, I think. Well, no. That's what I mean. It's literally like, it's not saying you're going to be able to use it to like run a computer. It's saying, oh, well, you know, you can have a light and maybe charge your phone with it. You know, solar panels on USB power banks. Even that, yeah, possibly, yeah. Or with Robert Evans on this, you'd be much better served with a big bag of rice, big bag of beans, stock of tin veg. Plus, they're the sort of thing you can use, keep as a spare, so you're always restocking rather than having a bucket sat there for years, unused and going stale. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah. The thing is that, like, if you got, like, a bucket, like, filled with this stuff, how long does it last? Like, is it in the bucket? Is that... Yeah, post the link, Mr. Dank. Yeah. Like, this shit's nuts. I mean, okay, you get like a penknife, but it's just got... Okay. I was about to be like, oh, it's got a penknife, but it's got like a bottle opener in it. You know, for all that beer that you're going to be having in the apocalypse. Let's take a look at this. Jim Backer's buckets.
Welcome to the Jim Baker Show. Here are your hosts, Jim and Lori.
Oh, I feel like I've seen this. I feel like I've actually seen this.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Gray Street.
Hi there.
The man who discovered the blood moons is here with us.
Yes,
Mark Bilks is back home. Thank you for coming back.
Great to have you back, Mark.
One thing, I don't know how many of you realize it, I think most of you here do because your audience is pretty sharp.
Oh, they are.
But just celebrate your birthday every year on your birthday.
Yes.
Most people may not realize it, but this coming Monday is the very day Adam opened up his eyes for the first time.
It's just like a Tim and Eric stick. It's like a Tim and Eric skit.
In the Garden of Eden, and he proclaimed God as king.
He literally looks like Eric Wareheim. You went to prison for massive fraud.
The anniversary of the creation of the world. 10 days later is Yom Kippur, the Day of Judgment.
Do y'all get that?
Imitates life, yeah.
Oh, you don't see him on his calendar for 500 more years.
Do y'all get that?
Wow.
Do y'all get that?
Fuck yeah.
People.
Incredible.
We're about there's almost a month now before you can get your food.
Wow, that's good.
I fucking love this shit, chat.
People are ordering food faster.
Wow.
In a few hours, there's going to be an event take place. And you won't get food for 6 months to a year.
We'll be right back after this special message.
The collapse is coming. Doomsday clock for global market crash strikes 1 minute to midnight. You hear that, John?
Bible says you're going to throw gold and silver in the streets. Tomorrow.
It's just, this is just how, you know, capitalism comes up with solutions for problems that it creates, right?
We could look back and say yesterday was the last day to order and get prepared.
This offer comes with 22 buckets, plus a bonus of 6 additional buckets for a total of 28 buckets.
You get 28 buckets?
All this food is for $500. 8 years of bulk food. This.
There is no way that is 8 years of food. There's no way. I don't believe it. I feel that's like a year at the most. There's no way that's 8 years of food. I don't believe it.
This is what you should be doing.
Wow.
John, you come on. You're the rights preacher. You told me to do this. Look at they got shovels. By the way, get a shovel. These are foldable shovels. It'll go in your backpack.
he's selling shovels.
Dig the latrine.
The stairs full of milk. I know. Look at all the milk. Ah!
We made up. They've been cooking during the show.
Wow.
And this rice is hot. Woo, just made.
Yes, it just came out.
What's he doing? What's he doing? Oh, chat, is this real? Is this real?
Wow.
Oh, I mean, they just cooked this rice, you know.
Did a fly just land on his head?
I've been on your throat for about 5 hours. I shouldn't put my hands in them.
Yeah, he's double dipping. He's like, yeah, dribbling in there.
Oh, my goodness, I'm eating rice on the show. Okay. So you three
Gross.
guys, did you dump it into here? It's 22 gallons. Okay, shovel it back over there. It looks like a snow pile.
Why is he putting it in there? I don't get it, dude. What's he doing?
Wow.
What's the purpose of that?
Look at this. Look at this.
Oh, is he gonna put like a curry in there? What is that? Oh, what is
Put
that?
my hands in there. But it's hot. This is
The cheesy broccoli rice.
Look at the broccoli in there.
Oh no! Oh, Chad, this looks vile. Cheesy broccoli rice. Oh no!
Look at the broccoli.
That's good.
Why wouldn't you want that on the top of a pizza? If I went gross you out, I would eat right out of this shovel.
Wow.
Oh no, you wouldn't, dude. No, you wouldn't, dude.
There it goes. We're dumping 22 gallons into the rice.
Why? Why? It makes no sense.
I have
It makes no sense.
gallons. What if you have to survive for 2 years or 3
Where's the broccoli? Where's the broccoli there?
years? You're gonna need some more.
There's no broccoli in there, chat, at all.
But
Oh my god. I've not even changed the title of the stream.
I have cheese all over my mouth. I'm sure I need a napkin.
and you're doing.
You know, girls need
You
napkins.
put real broccoli in here, right?
There's 100% real broccoli.
But if these events take place, because the world
Hey, Dice Goblin, by the way.
really dealt with. But if the world's on fire, there's not going to be anybody there to put it out.
Wow, that's good.
We ought to just get a bunch of bowls and serve it to the audience.
Right.
Can your camera? Oh, your camera. Can you all see that? Look on the monitor.
Buttermilk pancake bulk bucket, 253 servings. So they're claiming that will last like 8 years, but there's not even like 253. There's 365 days in a year, so that's not even enough for a year of pancakes. Excuse me. Oh my god.
This is 1 bucket.
Wow.
Of pancakes.
Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Well, thank you for that, Mr. Dank. Yeah, for those of you just joining us, we're checking out the absurd Tim Pool food buckets. These guys love to sell. You know, if you think like the quality of that stuff that you just saw was like absolutely vile. By the way, this shit is vile. Like I know this whole website is bad. I know this whole thing is bad, right? But like these things here that pop up when you go to like things and you're trying to make a decision if you like want to buy something and you're like, the deals, oh, what are you going to save? Oh, you could save $150. Don't miss out on this deal. You got 12 hours to decide. And it's like, you'll just do it. Do you know what I mean? You'll just, people who are like thinking about this will just go, oh, I got to buy it now. You know what I mean? It's fucked. It is extortion. Oh, every single bit of it is extortion. It's extortion all the way down. Look at this. Look at this. America's water supply is in a state of emergency. Take your safety into your own hands. Worst mega drought in 1,200 years is here, but somehow global warming is not doing this. You know? Global warming is not doing this. Somehow. The days of the Great Reset look to be here. We continue to see how fragile our nation's supply chains are, and quickly shortages are appearing out of nowhere. It's just conspiracy shit nonsense. It's so fucked. You've got 12 hours to decide on a web page whose URL shows the promo is 3 years old. Right. That too. That too. Sites that claim there are X amount of other people looking at the same item, then you look at the HTML of the page and it's a random number generator. Yes, same shit, right? Look at this. They didn't learn anything. Why are they obsessed with cheesy broccoli soup so much? Why are all these doomsday preppers? They're like so white. Chili mac, that's not going to taste good. I'm telling you right now. They will have just got mac and cheese and put like chili powder on it, and that's it. Look at this. Spaghetti. They don't even tell you what the sauce is. It's just, it's spaghetti. What's the sauce? What's the sauce? Rice again. Just rice again. Come on, man. Mashed potatoes. Just mashed potatoes. Strawberry flavored creamy wheat. Once again, still don't know what that is. I still don't know what that is. Orange drink mix. There you go. A bit more clarification on the orange drink mix. You know, there's like some pictures of oranges there, so it might be from the fruit. Still uncertain. My Patriot Supply. You know, what they really want to do is they really want to find the sort of Tim Pool loser. He's like 40 to 45 years old, has no like political understanding of anything, and so he just listens to Tim Pool. He's got like a bunch of inheritance, or he's like a trust fund guy or whatever, and he's got like you know, like $5,000 to spare. Do you know what I mean? He's just got like $5,000 to spare, and he's like, yeah, fuck it, I'll buy all this shit. I'll buy all this shit and then I'm ready. Do you know what I mean? Then I don't have to think about it. Like, that's what they're looking for. That's their target market. You know what I mean? Or maybe someone who could get like a
Hello, my old chum.
Thanks for the follow. Maybe someone who could get like a what do you call it? A loan and buy all this shit. Don't wait. Don't wait to start preparing. Even if the end of the world as we know it scenarios don't happen, economic collapse, disruption in the food chain, natural disasters are likely to happen in our lifetimes. These buckets of prepared storage food will be worth their weight in gold if you ever have the need for them. Better to have and not need than need and not have. You know, in this review, there is kind of like a reason to not have this stuff, isn't there? Because if you have it and it will be worth its weight in gold, then you will be a target, won't you, for the climate behemoth fascists who will just steal it off you, won't they? Anyway, so that's that stuff. Anyway, back to the video. Disclaimer, the orange drink mix is the reference to the color of the finished beverage only.
How many videos have I made where I said you seriously need to consider taking care of yourself and never let anyone shame you into not preparing for some kind of, you know...
I really hope that is the image that they had on the website for a long, long time, because it's the worst. He takes a terrible photo. He does take a terrible photo, you know? He does take a really terrible photo, just in general. But this is one of the worst. This is one of the worst.
Disaster.
I have to say, it could not be more obvious that Tim is ashamed of this.
Oh, come on. What's ashamed in selling dehydrated apocalypse food that's 90% starch and literally has 5 times the recommended daily dose of sodium?
Right, literally all of that food, it looked really like gluey. You know what I mean? It looked really, really like thick. Like, that's not healthy food. You know, a lot of your water and like nutrient consumption should come from your food, innit? Do you know what I mean? Hey, Conrad, what's going on? Everybody, please go and follow the amazing Conrad Zimmerman. He's here in the chat. Look at that. There he is. Everybody go show him some love. Nobody is shaming these people for taking care of themselves, Tim, right? Right.
Well, first of all,
hope you're doing well, dude. Good to see
I've
you.
also tried this stuff. It is bad. I mean, for a second, I thought someone had kicked my asshole into my taste buds.
No way, that stuff is delicious. I mean, Jim Baker can't get enough of it.
I'm going to eat some more of this if you're not careful.
He's back. He's back. He's back. We didn't even think he was going to be back, but he's back. Okay, I gotta throw up that fucking content warning. I gotta throw up the food content warning because I know some people, even some people who aren't triggered by food, are gonna be upset by this. You know.
Oh.
We said his name too many times. He's back.
Oh my God.
Yeah, throwing up in your own mouth is definitely a sign that something's really tasty.
Okay, well, I think that there are a few other indicators that he's ashamed of this. For one, he's stressing all the time about how we have to act now.
The smartest thing you can do is prepare for this, because otherwise you will end up fighting over the last can of
They just has like. No, it's not new, Conrad. This is literally like old school video. The reason that we're watching this is because on Thursday last week on the stream, we were watching Zoe B's The World Is Not Ending video. So like similar to Sophie's video. Excuse me. And someone in the chat mentioned this and put the link in the chat. So I had to watch it. I just had to watch it, unfortunately.
Not want to be in that situation.
Now, he says this kind of stuff all the time, and I want to stress that, yes, of course.
Yeah, Dice Goblin, yeah.
With real food, though, not with crappy processed foods that look.
There it is again, chat. There it is again.
Cause people to do this.
Oh my God.
And here's the thing, he's generally telling people not to stockpile for a year. He's basically saying buy a bucket that'll last a week.
I'm not telling you to go stockpile for the end of the world. I'm telling you to get a bucket of a week's worth of food in a little bucket.
And at the same time, he knows that this company is so backed up that these people are not going to get their food for months.
Now, I do have bad news for you. They're experiencing delays. You're probably not going to get them for a couple months, but don't worry. Shipping will be delayed on every order we take. Keep that in mind. Likely 8 weeks or more.
How are you selling this, dude? How does Tim Pool earn so much money? It's fucking... it's depressing.
A massive delay. And that to me is... Oh man, that kind of freaks me out.
Oh, come on, dude. It's not his fault that dehydrated gruel with barely any nutritional value and insanely small serving sizes that's barely fit for human consumption aren't getting to be
right, Conrad.
time.
Okay, well, aside from that, there's still loads of moments inside these vids where he seems kind of like he's compensating, kind of not mad at all.
I am no fan of this. I'm being completely honest when I say I do not like doing these shout-outs. Some of you might not be super happy with me doing this, but I'm going to do it. People have criticized me for. I don't care. And I don't care what anyone says. They can say everything they want to me. I had several people mocking me saying Tim
Pool is he's just full of spite and hate, isn't he? You can see it like under the surface. He's not changed as well. Like this was in 2020 and he's not changed even remotely. You know? Doesn't matter how ridiculous their product is, they prey on moments of social panic. Yeah, that's what it is.
Selling freeze-dried
Thanks for the follow.
packets, blah, 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 blah. If you don't like me...
Chat, don't forget to support Sarah Jane Baker. If you weren't here before, go and send her an email. Tell her you stand in solidarity with her. She's a trans woman who's being held in a men's prison in the UK. So please go and show her some love. Donate to the
too bad. I don't
legal
want to be seen as some
fund if you can.
Prepper. I'm not some, gun-toting prepper thinking the world is going to end. But I got no problem, and you can't.
Hey, Ephesius, what's up?
Yeah, you can't shame him, asshole.
Ow! A disgusting food bucket I'm never gonna eat. Well, listen, I think he's actually quite ashamed. I think that these clips right here demonstrate
Tim's not toting a gun.
I'm gonna tell you why.
There is a
no, he's got katanas
design. Look, there's a little picture of
instead.
me on it. It is not like my company or anything. They just use my picture, and they want to. You don't need to. They say prepare with Tim. I roll my eyes at this, but it is good stuff.
Oh my God.
If he's not at all ashamed or embarrassed by this, why did he change Prepare with Tim to a new URL?
Because he's a fucking grifter. Because he's just like, yeah, you could just get the stuff and they're giving me money to promote it, so I have to do it, and yeah, there you go.
you can go to safeandreadymeals.com.
This is an old video of Theseus, don't worry.
And why did he proceed to
Standard
take his
Tim
name
Pool
and face
stuff.
off of the site?
Okay, I admit that's a little weird. I was gonna suggest this design right here.
Okay, well, as you may know, the internet is now flooded with tons of controversial cures out there.
Well, let's say it hasn't been tested on this strain of the coronavirus, but it has been able to eliminate it within 12 hours. Totally.
This was the colloidal silver stuff, where like I don't know if you know this, chat. If you like drink this shit, it literally turns you into a Smurf. I don't know if this was a guy that was taking it because he fell for a scam or whatever, or it was in like the water supply or shit like that. But yeah, it makes you blue. It makes you blue, and who knows what other kind of fucking side effects it's gonna have. You know what I mean? Yeah, this guy's like eyelids are blue. Oh, I don't want to show you this because it's fucked up. There's like a picture. If you just Google colloidal silver poisoning, it'll show you just this one Papa Smurf guy. You know? That would spice up gnome streams a bit. I am fucking not going to be taking colloidal silver. This level of quackery predates COVID. Yeah, it does. It does. It does. Yeah, if that was the only consequence, it'd be fine. But like, there's definitely like other health stuff as well. I'm gonna Google this real quick.
Eliminate it, kills it.
Everything from cocaine. I'm being totally serious here. France literally had to make a statement that it didn't work.
Oh no, sure cleared up my corona.
To exorcisms.
Why don't we call a national day of prayer to fight this? Or better yet, a national day of exorcism to confront the demonic forces behind it?
Colloidal silver could cause poor absorption of some drugs such as certain antibiotics and thyroxine used to treat thyroid deficiency. Also some evidence it could cause kidney, liver, or nervous system problems. Yeah, Steph, yeah, it must fuck your liver, yeah, defo. Oh my god, look at this shit. Look at this guy. Did that guy just like get punched in the eye or something? Like,
Guy gives really top-notch exorcisms, by the way.
I'm a demon. I lie all the time.
No, what the fuck?
A miracle cure that has been recently popularized by our Pizzagate pushing friends at QAnon.
They'll try to keep everyone in the dark with the use of
What's so funny, chat, is that this is like pre-January 6th. So like at this point, people were still like not really taking the fash in America seriously. You know? Like some people were, but like they really weren't seeing it for what it was at all.
Susan, Jack, and Mark to hide the fact that they're all evil and sick, child trafficking, pedophile, Satanists.
Oh, that was a totally sweet jam, bro.
Sweet jams and left-wing pedophile conspiracies are their specialty. But lately they've raised awareness of a corona cure that is also great at eliminating tough stains, bleach.
Just like the Illuminati deep state to suppress a corona cure that's also really great at cleaning toilets.
Okay guys, this is actually some pretty serious stuff, and it's also one of the most insane rabbit holes I've ever gone down in my life. What they're talking about here is actually MMS, or Miracle Mineral Solution.
Essentially, it's a powerful bleach that could poison anyone who drinks it.
Here's its
Oh boy.
teaching people how to create it.
Oh yeah, this guy. You know, I feel like I watched this video in 2020. I actually feel like I watched this video in 2020 because I remember this guy. Or maybe I watched like a different one. I don't know. I'm absolutely certain that I've seen this video before. But maybe I wasn't like paying enough attention back then, or I just don't remember it. I don't know. I don't fucking know, chat.
A mobile home meth lab?
Oh, come on. It's got Gatorade in it. It's a thirst quencher.
No. This stuff is fucking bleach.
MMS
oh my God.
is an industrial chemical. It's an industrial bleach.
Okay, there's so many insane angles to this. This stuff has been around for a while, but yes, lots of people are touting it as a cure for corona.
Now, I would
Incredible.
like to tell everyone out there
Remember this
how
shit, chat?
they could possibly help themselves if they find themselves infected with a coronavirus using Miracle Mineral Solution.
You could cure any kind of corona-based virus
within 48 hours using an MMS protocol.
Internet comment etiquette has done tons on MMS. I was watching Eric. That's what it was. Yeah, I was watching comment etiquette. Internet comment etiquette. Yeah, I was watching that.
Will cure the coronavirus as it did with Ebola, malaria, and cancer.
Thankfully, a lot of these videos are getting removed from YouTube, but there's more and more of them every day.
Oh, this is so funny. I just Googled InfoWars MMS because I was trying to figure out if like Alex Jones is still selling this stuff in 2023, and it just came up with like a bunch of this stuff where it was like says COVID-19 fear quackery, Alex Jones's bogus coronavirus cures, bleach mixture returns to US regulatory radar, like just all this stuff. I can't find it. I have
to get my medical advice from people with plugs and Illuminati hats.
Okay, well, let's not plug shame here. The Illuminati hat is definitely a red flag, though. But before we delve completely into the absolute batshittery of all of this, I want to emphasize that these are not all nobodies. This guy right here.
Why is he getting in a bag? What was that about?
Per video. This QAnon lunatic, whose MMS video was removed, has over 215,000 subscribers. So this is not as fringe as you might think. But here's where we plunge headlong into absolute MMS insanity.
This guy just loved drinking bleach, man.
This right here is the
gargling bleach.
Jim Humble.
There was a whole bunch of us who lived on a planet. And
that's right, Lego 2x4.
Was known in that galaxy as the planet of the gods.
Welcome in.
And we had been living there for millions of years, and we built planets and we built stars and we did all kinds of things.
Okay, so where does the crazy part come in?
Well, first of all, this is a religion, or I guess a cult, which has branches literally all across the world.
Yeah.
Jesus heals you while you drink this.
Okay, still waiting
So
for the
fucked.
crazy.
Well, of course, we've already seen that they recommend administering it to the nasal passage. Straight into your eyeballs.
Do that 2 or 3 times a day.
And you'll go fucking blind.
You could do it every hour.
Inside the ear canal.
Oh, man.
That's normally the way you do it.
Then he has a really weird treatment where you place a large glass of it inside of a plastic bag and take a chemical bath.
Get it up.
That's what he's doing. What? What? With your clothes on? I don't get it. Just checked. Jones is still selling colloidal silver, but no MMS. Okay. Top of the hour bleach break, yeah. Speedrunning heavy metal poisoning, lads. Just in this community, we try and avoid like gendered language. But yeah, I'm sure you understand that.
On my neck.
But yeah, you're right. That's what's going down.
And of course,
just when like referring to the chat, you know.
You don't want to put your head inside. You need to stay in here for.
No, it's all good. Don't worry. A bunch of people do it. It's fine.
10 minutes.
It's like common on like a lot of big Twitch channels and stuff. So it's fine.
But no longer than 10 minutes. And if you feel it burning anywhere, then you should get out.
I don't get it. Is it the crinkles that make it work?
No. It does not work at all. And recently, the new head pastor of the church, Mark Grennan.
People should not take vaccines and vaccinate their.
Look at this guy, chat. Like, what the fuck? Like, just fucked vibes, like, straight off the bat. Like, everything, like, this hairstyle, like, this goatee, like, fucking. No, it's obviously a mistake. Yeah, it's obviously a mistake. Don't worry, djmuel. The fucking, like, beige fit with pinstripe kind of vile, absolutely vile. Like it's like a beige. It's like a beige, like it's just awful. It's like a character from What We Do in the Shadows. Yeah, literally.
Infant babies, you say?
No. Sorry, I'm getting a little upset, but it pisses me off.
Hey, Kit Carnage.
On InfoWars, incidentally.
I saw. Whoa. I saw someone on TikTok nebulize colloidal silver. What does nebulize mean? Look like a parody or a show inside a show. Yeah. Great. That's the VOD. That's the VOD muted. That's the VOD ban. Let me just log in real quick. They turned it into a vapor. Oh my god. Hold up. I gotta log in. I gotta log into this shit.
Republican candidate Alan Keyes.
Just want to say thank you for having us on. 11 years ago, Joe and I were praying in Santo Domingo that one day we'd be able to get on the Alex Jones show.
Just want to say that I'm sorry it took me 11 years to get to that prayer.
We'll go to a hospital without masks. Let us go in there and treat everybody in the hospital. I'll be taking the doses, guarantee you. I'll do that to prove to the world that this will kill the coronavirus.
There was a lot of interesting conversation that went on, like this totally not racist.
Nebulizing for reptile respiratory infections. Is that what this is? Is it this one? Oh my god, it's so loud. Why is this fucking website so fucking loud? Oh my god, shut the fuck up. Sorry, chat. Sorry. Is it this or is this different? Put the meds in here. Oh, okay, I think this is different. Okay, never mind. Hey, person type thing, how you doing? Welcome in. It's part of a video that was debunking its effectiveness and talking about the danger. Start of the video was like a bunch of clips of people being extremely dangerous with colloidal silver. Let me know if you got it. I'll give you a permit for the chat. I want to watch that.
Part right here.
In Uganda, everybody lives in these little mud huts, maybe 15 feet around with a thatched roof on it. But we can put this in every one of those.
Fucking America moment, man. Fucking white America moment. That looks like a homemade vaporizer. Not that I've tried to build a vaporizer. Oh, listen, I can relate. I skeeted this. Last night on Blue Sky. Just remember when we were like 19, my mate got an old light bulb, washed it out with some kind of acid that his dad had, attached a screw top bottle top with a tube going through it, and we used it to vape weed by burning the glass like a crack pipe, and gave me the worst headache. True story. And then good friend Catherine Gibbs said, I'm by no means a light bulb expert, but I think that might be one of the most toxic ways to ingest weed. Yes. Yes, it was very bad. We did lots of things like that.
Mud huts in all of Uganda for $400 million, and that should about do it. 1.2 billion people.
But my favorite part, bar none, was when Alan Keyes asked about possible side effects.
What kind of side effects?
Are you clicking and dragging the subtitles in the YouTube player? Yes.
Can they expect?
For 13 years, I've been having people come to us 30 days at a time. Okay, and we see all the side effects you can imagine from people with tumors like this.
I'm really sorry. I must have some sort of disorder that gives me auditory hallucinations that I don't know about, because it sounded like he just said a side effect is a tumor this large.
Okay, and we see all the side effects you can imagine from people with tumors like this.
he just said that. I'm not talking to anybody.
That's ridiculous, man. That's ridiculous.
This is like at least a fully ripened honeydew melon here.
Certain forms of silver do have legit medicinal uses. Like what? Like what? Yeah. There you go, Lego. Yeah, let's take a look at this.
Or I'm thinking of volleyball. That is a significant side effect.
Oh, give me a freaking break, bro. Doesn't their website have like thousands of testimonials?
We have thousands and thousands of testimonies of people who have gotten better using this.
Oh, yes. Yes, there are indeed testimonials. Wow, my God, are there testimonials. Here's some highlighted ones that just stood out.
Anal fistula? What?
to me for some reason. As a matter of fact,
brain damage,
everyone, because I'm gonna have to share one of these with you. It's without a doubt the grossest thing that we've ever put on this channel. I hope I don't lose patrons because of this, but it's just so mind-blowing that we have to share. So here we go. This is an actual testimonial from their website, and it's rather indicative of most of their testimonials.
Okay. Prepare your ears, chat.
Anyhow, you've all been warned. I'm forever sorry for this, but I think that the world really needs to hear this. With that being said, CC, take it away.
Okay. MMS, yo. First of all, thank you so much, Jim Humble. God bless you. I suffered external hemorrhoids, or whatever they want to call it.
Yeah, piles,
I was
okay.
in excruciating pain for 2 whole weeks. Finally, it burst and I awoke at 2 a.m. in the morning.
Okay, all right, listen, chat, right? Listen. Now, I'm not going to tell you who this is because I don't want to, there's no shame involved with this. It's a medical condition. It's something that can happen. You can get piles. But like, this is like a legit thing that can happen. Yeah. But this is nothing to do with MMS. This is nothing to do with the MMS. This is just a natural thing that can happen when you've got piles. It will just burst. You know what I mean? So I don't know if this person is talking about like MMS here or whatever. But let's continue.
Down my pants and bed.
I was so happy. The pain was over after someone close to me prayed over the external hemorrhoid.
Okay, no. It just happens. It just happens. It's like what happens. They are like big, gross, inflated blood vessels, and they are blood vessels are not like supposed to get that big. Do you know what I mean? So, if something, it's like it's the same as blowing up a balloon. The material gets like, in this case, like the wall of the blood vessel gets like, thinner and thinner and thinner the bigger it gets, and then naturally pop, right? It doesn't happen because MMS or
the pain would be
whatever this is.
When I awoke, but then the pus and the blood continued pouring out.
I thought it would be a matter of weeks, but it lasted for 8 years.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
2 jobs, because I had to visit the toilet many times in a day.
Oh my god.
Sleeping each night.
This is what happens when you don't have healthcare. This is what happens when you don't have healthcare in a country. This is completely fucked.
Listening to Listen to Your Heart by Roxette and In Pain.
Stop! What? What?
Visit the toilet many times in a day to wipe my backside.
Sleeping each night listening to Listen to Your Heart by Roxette and In Pain.
Why that tune? This can't be real. This can't be real. This has to be a troll.
It's a song I sing along and groove to. It should be the theme song for MMS, actually.
It can't be real. It can't be real. I don't believe it.
Friend mentioned MMS. That's when I ordered it. I had diarrhea almost immediately and was sick for the next few days with diarrhea.
I did the bath, and big mistake. I was sick for a whole month. I thought I would never become better.
Yeah, that slowed down, and yet it was still too much. Honestly, after all the sinus and diarrhea and flu symptoms left, I'm sorry, what the fuck am I reading? Never mind. My bleeding and discharge of pus just outside the anal.
The anal?
Also ceased. I'm speaking from personal experience, and MMS is true.
It is tragic. It is tragic. It is tragic.
Medicine.
Like, I do want to, like, stress that, like, while this is, like, a very funny thing for us to hear, and, like, it's worthy of ridicule, yeah, like, people who do stuff like this, they are, like, not the problem. Like, they are hurting themselves. Do you know what I mean? It's the people that are like telling them to do this stuff, and fundamentally the system of healthcare, private insurance, private healthcare in the US, right? Like that's, the reason that this poor fucking idiot had like the worst hemorrhoids you've ever heard of in your life. All right, let's check out this Tumblr post from Lego 2x4. Colloidal silver. Wait, let's take a little look. Let's see if there's anything. Oh, so this video is like, what's this TikToker's name? Chemthug?
So much worse. You're literally breathing heavy metal fumes.
Okay.
Don't do that.
Hold up. Let's check this out. So this is apparently someone, excuse me, who's like trying to educate people on colloidal silver. So this user is called chem.thug. I'm going to probably follow this person on TikTok.
Colloidal silver.
Colloidal silver.
Colonic silver.
Palladial silver. Colloidal silver.
Colloidal silver is something everybody should have in their medicine cabinet.
Why is that not working?
It electromagnetically attracts the bacteria.
Just a teaspoon under the tongue. I'll have to look at what it does.
Prevents pneumonia.
I feel like a crack addict.
Wash your fruits and vegetables with it. Keeps flowers fresh.
Like I just need it.
1 drop right in the eyeball.
Oh! In the eye!
Great natural remedy for dogs.
Oh, don't give it to your dog, dude. Come on.
Silver. Okay.
Oh my god.
No, it's not. Okay. What is colloidal silver? Colloidal silver is kind of like silver milk, if you will. It's a solution of silver ions that are just suspended in the liquid. They won't settle, but they're not dissolved all the way either. And while silver nitrate has been used medicinally, and we do sometimes still use it for very specific
right, Conrad, yeah.
Colloidal silver was always kind of wishy-washy to begin with in terms of whether or not it really worked. And then, we figured out like antibiotics, and so we didn't need to use it anymore.
Right.
Why did people want to use it in the first place? Silver nitrate has been known for a long time to have some kind of antimicrobial ability. And it's because silver ions can attack proteins and just denature them. They
what
can
the
react
fuck?
with a whole bunch of different parts of the protein and just make the proteins not work.
Oh, that's
fucked. This isn't specific to bacteria necessarily, but a single-celled organism is going to have a harder time dealing with that than you or I. So, that's where that comes in. Now, colloidal silver, as I said, is not the same thing as silver nitrate. Colloidal silver...
Oh, so hang on a minute. Okay. So he's talking about the stuff that person type thing was talking about in the chat, right? Like there are some applications of like some silvers, but colloidal silver is not that. So he's on about silver nitrate. Yeah. Silver nitrate is used to cauterize wounds.
It's kind of wishy-washy to begin with in terms of whether or not it really worked. And then, we figured out like antibiotics.
Do you know what I'm doing, chat? I'm just looking at the rainbow cat with like a keyboard or something on his t-shirt. I'm not even like listening to him. I love ADHD. It's the best. In order to be a streamer, you have to have ADHD because then you can interact with the chat and you could be like, wait, chat, what did he say? And then they will tell you. And that's how streaming works, isn't it?
So we didn't need to use it anymore. Why did people want to use it in the first place? Silver nitrate has been known for a long time to have some kind of antimicrobial ability.
Right,
and it's
right.
because silver ions can attack proteins and just denature them. They can react with a whole bunch of different parts of the protein and just make the proteins not work.
Oh,
This
it's a cat with
isn't
test
specific
tubes.
to bacteria necessarily, but
I am listening.
A single-celled organism is going to have a harder time dealing with that than you or I. So, that's where that comes in. Now, colloidal silver, as I said, is not the same thing as silver nitrate. Colloidal silver doesn't really work quite the same, if at all. And in fact, when you drink it, you're kind of just giving yourself heavy metals poisoning. Not the worst heavy metals poisoning, because silver is moderately tolerated by the body, but it literally has no benefit to the body whatsoever. It's not essential. It has no biological role. And if it accumulates enough in your body, it'll turn your skin blue. Now, it might be somebody who's like, all right, come on, Kim Thug, you ain't going to just get me with that Argyria argument. I know I have to drink a lot of silver for that to happen. No, you don't. No, you don't, actually. It doesn't take a lot for it to start happening, and you won't always know it's happening if it doesn't start on your actual skin.
Oh, yeah, because
you'll see Argyria.
Oh shit, organ dissection photos incoming. Oh, I don't know if I want to see that. I don't know if I want to show that on stream. Hold up, chat. Let's just see what that's
It can
saying.
also infect your organs.
Oh, okay, it's not that bad.
Those might start turning blue, and those can also end up
It's not that bad. It's not that bad at all.
suffering from some systemic toxicity problem from the silver metal that's just kind of coating your organs now. You really don't want to take it at all, but you still can't really know how much you're taking. These are not real medicines. These are alternative medicines, aka the FDA isn't really regulating it like that. Aka that bottle that says 100 ppm might have anywhere between 0 and 500 ppm. And who knows what it was cut with?
Yeah, that's true. That's true as well.
Remember that silver ore core.
I think that's the thing that fucks me up most about these like miracle cures, where it's like, oh, it's not that bad. Do you know what I mean? It's like, oh, no, they could just put fucking anything in it. You know what I mean? They could just put whatever the fuck they want. It doesn't matter. Like, oh, what's that? We need to like dilute this to like, you know, water it down so that we can sell more, so that we can make more of a profit, because like, you know, no one's really buying this stuff because all the you know, the proper information is out there now, and it's really hard. But we can't put water in it because that reacts weirdly with what we've already put in it, because it'll destabilize it. So let's put bleach in it, or, you know, another chemical. You know, the supplement industry has been so fucking good at avoiding regulation. It's honestly impressive. I think that's where like a lot of fear of like bodybuilding supplements comes from, which is like completely understandable, like definitely in the USA, but like over here in the UK, if you tell anyone that you take a creatine, they're like, are you doing steroids? And it's like, oh, okay, no. But I get it in like places where it's like not regulated, you know.
Occurs with galena, lead ore. So I don't know where they're getting their silver from to make this colloidal silver, but
could be giving yourself lead poisoning.
I wouldn't take it. Nebulizing it is even worse. Like, so much worse.
Right.
You're literally breathing heavy metal fumes. Don't do that. One, when you do things like that, it's much easier for whatever you're putting in your body to cross that blood-brain barrier. That precious shield around your mind.
You know, chat, how we were talking about how me and my pals used a light bulb as a vaporizer. There's probably some heavy metals in the light bulb, you know. Probably some heavy metals in there, you know. I definitely probably like inhaled. It went right through that blood-brain barrier. Right through the blood-brain barrier, you know. That's no good.
And really start messing you up. But two,
you got Ronnie James Dio in your brain, Conrad.
You are 100.
Also, hi, Craze Jalapeno. Sorry, hi.
Certain of what's in this solution that you're breathing, you should not be breathing it. I would not do that. And again, there are no actual health benefits to taking colloidal silver. You want to gargle some colloidal silver? No, just gargle some lemon juice.
All right.
Gargle some salt water and lemon juice.
Yeah.
That will do it. That is.
Hey, Midlife Marxist, how you doing? Good to see you.
Antimicrobial activity in your throat. You do not need to gargle heavy metal solutions. Silver is a heavy metal. It's not good for you. Please don't ingest silver.
Don't do it.
Unless your doctor is prescribing a topical silver medication to you. But yeah, this is straight up in the trash heap of alternative medicine, not good for you. Some would refer to it by the term the quackery. It is a defunct medication.
The quackery, it's true.
It's kind of questionable to begin with. Quackery. And for all the reasons that people might want to take it, there are alternatives that are known to work and work better with fewer negative side effects. So please, if you or someone you know is considering taking or buying colloidal silver, just don't.
Excuse me.
This is Kim Thug.
Okay. Cool video. Thank you so much for that, Lego 2x4. Really appreciate that. Sometimes you gotta take a chance on a new chatter. Throw out the wheel of trust. You get like a decent TikTok, you know? So anyway, that was the video from Vadim, aka Creationist Cat, all that time ago. However long ago it was, I don't fucking know. There it is. Yeah, no probs. My pleasure, you know? My pleasure. It's good to... Oh, why is it taking so long to fucking get to this fucking... There you go. Go show some love to Vadim. He makes some good videos. Anyway. Chat, please consider donating if you're enjoying the stream. Check out the sub off Twitch command in the chat. We're at £380. Listen, I only want to get to £600 this month. I understand August is like a bad month for people. I've had a bad couple of months, so I would really appreciate some donos. But no pressure. But we've only literally got like 220 quid to get to the goal. Yeah, it's easily doable. So easily doable of £600. So please consider subbing off Twitch. There's the command in the chat. I would only ask you to donate £5, which is the same amount that you'd use for a sub on Twitch, but it means that 100% of the money will go to me, your boy, John Mule, and it won't go to, 50% of it won't go to Twitch, which is a terrible platform for marginalized people and small streamers. So please consider that. It means I can pay my bills, my rent, afford food, all that kind of stuff, and, you know, that kind of stuff is important to survive. So, please consider that. Also, check out my socials as well. I'm segueing into the end of the stream because that's what I'm doing, because I've been streaming for 5 hours, and while that's not necessarily that long, it's pretty long for me, especially with how ill I've been recently. But I am feeling better, so it's not too bad, yeah? We are going to go and raid someone now. We're going to go and show some love to the absolutely incredible, the phenomenal, the wonderful $27, because he's just gone live, literally 6 minutes in. So we're gonna force him to start the stream. We're gonna force David to start the stream, chat. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about that? Now listen, chat, I'm not here tomorrow because I have the Tenants Union committee meeting, so I'm gonna be doing that. So I won't be here for a stream tomorrow, but I will be back on Wednesday. There's every chance that I might be doing a stream on Friday with some video game stuff. I don't know. We'll see how I feel. I kind of got to stream as much as humanly possible at the minute. But we also have movie night this Saturday. Don't forget, we're going to be watching the original Dungeons and Dragons film with Marlon Wayans and Jeremy Irons. So get in the Discord for that. That's going to be this Saturday at 6 p.m. UK time. And yes, that's also what it is. That's all the things that I've got to say. Thank you so much for all the donos today. Thank you so much for the subs. Thank you so much for the raids. Thank you so much for the follows. Really appreciate everybody in chat who's hung out and learned. And thank you so much again for supporting Sarah Jane Baker. Again, please send Sarah Jane Baker some money if you got any spare dough. Please send Sarah Jane Baker an email, even just a line in an email saying that you support her and you stand in solidarity with her will be amazing. But thank you so much. I'll see you all on Wednesday. Look after yourself. Stay excellent to each other. Mwah. Peace, 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 peace. If you watch this VOD on the VOD channel, please like, comment, subscribe, share it, tell your friends, tell your nan. All right, I'll see you in a bit. Bye, bye, bye.